Good evening, Mayor Robinson. We are good to go.
Thank you, and good evening to you as well. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the West Grey Council meeting of March 15th, 2022. On item number 1, I'm calling this meeting to order. We have all members of council present, with exception of Councillor Shea, who indicated he will be late. We have a quorum for this evening's meeting. And at this time, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer Hewlett, would you please explain the features of this evening's meeting?
Thank you. Before I begin, if at any point you get disconnected, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 847-6109-3158. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands physically on camera to speak. It should be noted for members of the public that this meeting is being held in 2 locations, both on Zoom as well as being live streamed on YouTube. Any public participation must be done through the Zoom meeting platform and cannot be done through YouTube at this time. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the duration of the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On item number 2, moment of reflection, if you would be so kind to take a quiet pause. And at this time, I would like to say that our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Ukraine. Thank you. Item number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of council, I am asking at this time if there's anything to declare. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'll declare a pecuniary interest for item 10.1.3, the Newstead Norman B. Carrick Agriculture Society, as I am a paid member of this society. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to declare, as I did at the last meeting, on correspondence 10.1.2, Durham Hospital Foundation request for the grant. And I'm also going to declare a conflict on staff report 11.1.1, elephant thoughts, because I may have a grandchild attending that, and I know it's subsidized. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other declarations at this time. We are now going to move on to item number 4, delegations presentations. In accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, each delegation shall be limited in speaking to not more than 10 minutes, and presentations that are requested by council shall have a time limit as determined between the clerk and the presenter. 4.1, we do have a delegation, a 10-minute delegation. Chief Craig Ambrose, Owen Sound Police, police costing. Good evening, Chief Ambrose, Chair Thompson, and Inspector. Welcome, and we want to acknowledge that we've received your correspondence. There's nothing contained within the agenda, but we received your correspondence separately. If you'd like to proceed with your delegation, we would like to hear it.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak to you tonight. And I think it was important that we sent you some correspondence just to get your thoughts on what you're looking for when we're presenting some type of costing to you. Our strength and success has always been in our community involvement, and in order for us to properly provide you with a service and an estimate for that service, much like your West Grey Police Service, we need to know exactly what you're looking for. We need community input and involvement and support in order to make anything successful if we do move in that option, and if you choose to make a change from your current policing provider. We don't want to provide you with an option. We want to work with you to design a solution. And we have a number of questions for you that I've sent out already in that letter, and we're looking for some input and open to answer any questions that you may have from us. So I'm not sure if you want to start with some questions, or if you want me to ask the questions that we sent out, or open it up for discussion. I leave that to you.
Well, what I would say is that if there's any clarification with regard to your presentation, I'll ask council if they've got questions. But with regard to your correspondence that we've just received, I'm going to suggest that it's a larger discussion and one, quite frankly, that our CAO should be reporting back in a staff report in terms of an objective staff report. So the intent is to not go through each question this evening, but to just have clarification that our council may have. And I would suggest that this be a staff report back, much more work than the 10-minute time frame here. So with that, thank you for being here. We appreciate the extension of the offer. And now I'm seeking any clarification from members of council with regard to the presentation. Deputy Mayor, I see your electronic hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just wonder if it's appropriate at this time to move a motion that maybe staff report back on everything in the presentation and the correspondence that we've received. I think I'd like to move a motion that that would be the direction I'd like to take with it. Thank you.
Now would be the right time, Deputy. So I will look to our clerk to assist with the language. And I also note that our CAO is also present, but I'm wondering, Clerk Charbuck, if you could address the language of the motion, please.
Mayor, I'll just confirm with Deputy Mayor that your motion is that staff report back regarding the I'm not sure what, regarding the Owen Sound delegation.
Yes, and then because there is quite a few questions there, and I think it's we could probably have a report on and get some of those out. Is what I was looking at, because I read the report or the questions as well.
So moved by Deputy Mayor that staff report back to council regarding the Owen Sound delegation questions. Is that what you mean?
Including, yes, and a summary of the questions, and maybe we can get some of those done ahead of time.
And provide a summary of the question?
Yeah, and maybe some answers if there's some answers that are, I'm sure there is, but
So through you, Mayor Robinson, I'm not sure if this is what Deputy Mayor is moving. The staff report back to council regarding the Owen Sound delegation and provide a summary of the questions.
Deputy Mayor? He's indicating the language is fine with that. I'm looking for a seconder, and I look for a raised hand to a non-electronic hand. So I'd be looking for a seconder with a raised hand for this motion. Seeing none, there is no seconder for this motion. Okay. So now we go to questions, beginning with Councillor Hergert, then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much, Owen Sound Police Board and Inspector and Chief. I do appreciate the reach out, including yesterday's communication. I'm hopeful that our clerk will be able to include that correspondence that all of council received yesterday from Owen Sound Police in the minutes of the meeting, as it wasn't included with the agenda because we just got it. So just for transparency, that the public would see that letter as well. I do have a couple of questions of the delegation. We've had an opportunity to listen to the Police Service Board, West Grey Police Service Board, have some inquiries of council as to what we mean about levels of service. Would you explain the difference in levels of service that you provide within Owen Sound?
Chief Ambrose.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. There are different levels of service and different expectations depending on what council is looking for. Certainly here, our response times are one of the levels of service that we measure. Our calls for service and as well our community contacts, our ride programs, our enforcement numbers. All those are the levels of service and benchmarks that we use locally. And I guess some of the levels of services, if you want the type of service that you have now, or if you're looking for, is 24 hours of response to a non-emergent situation adequate for the members of your community? That's the type of the question that we would want to know and we would want to look at when preparing something for you, because obviously that affects both the staffing levels and our interest in whether or not we can provide the service that we've come to expect.
I appreciate that very much. As Owen Sound takes care of dispatch, how might that affect our costing for police?
So really the costing for the police service would include the dispatch costing as well, and it would be the same cost because it's done on a per capita basis for yourselves and other communities. So that would be built into any policing contract.
And that would be the same then for West Grey, no matter if we were with West Grey Police, if we were with Owen Sound, or if we were with OPP, is that correct?
Through you, Mayorship, OPP would be a different model. It's built into their contract for their comm center and their staffing. But for yourselves, yes, that would be part of the contract that we would be providing.
Thank you for that information. I have one last question as it relates to a business plan. Does the Owen Sound Police Board inquire with council as to what levels of service, including and not limited to the items that the police had just mentioned about the response times, call for service, community contacts? Is there a relationship with council to identify the needs to make up the business plan and to formulate the contract? Would you have communication, a meeting, 2 meetings a year? How often would that be?
There's a protocol agreement in place with the City of Owen Sound and council, and obviously the 2 members of council that sit on the Owen Sound Police Services Board. But there's to be 2 meetings a year held jointly with the police service and council members, so that to keep them informed of what's going on and how the police service is operating, and allow them an opportunity to ask any questions of us and to provide input. And as well, when we're creating our business plan on a 3-year business cycle, we're in the middle of it now. We do sessions with the community, with the public, and as well with the members of council. They're invited to those opening and planning sessions.
Wow, that sounds fantastic. I appreciate the time and the effort that you're putting into this. And I do think that the questions that you asked, one was related to the timeline that we were inquiring to have a costing back. Do you have a suggestion about how long that may take for the Owen Sound Police Board or council from Owen Sound to provide that?
I guess the answer to that is somewhat up in the air, because we need to know exactly what services you're looking for. As I mentioned in my opening, we're not going to provide you with options on what we feel is right for your community, because it's a community need, and we need community support, and we need you to determine what exactly that level of service is and what exactly the presence of policing is in the community, whether or not you want open hours in the community and a walk-in for a station, things of that nature. The cost efficiencies are going to be discovered not in the public facing side of the policing, but it's going to be on the backside and the administrative side. Some of the efficiencies will be in, not having 2 lockup facilities, not having 2 people guarding 2 different prisoners in 2 different locations, things like that. So really the timeline is somewhat dependent on getting the information back on what West Grey is looking for policing, and then we can put that together.
So,
question, sorry.
Pardon me, through you, Madam Mayor, do you think it would be appropriate to have a meeting with council to discuss that level of service that we're looking for, so that we ensure you get the information from council, and then you're able to get the statistics and so on from our CAO and police chief? Do you think that would be an appropriate route?
I'm thinking that this information needs to go back to our CAO to address in a very objective way, so that can be reported back to us, and that we're not doing the assessment, but the assessment is being conducted in a very objective, neutral way. And I do see, Madam CAO, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and good evening, everyone. Councillor Hergert, sorry for jumping in. I just wanted to make one point of clarification. What we really have in front of us at this point is now a request for proposal situation because we have agreed to receive proposals from two separate bodies. Under our procurement process, any request for proposals would need to follow that process, which means that there is a deadline available or set for all parties interested in providing the service, and all of those proposals would be received and dealt with at the same time. So I would like council to put some thought to that as respectfully we deal with the request from the Owen Sound Police Services, in particular their final question about timing. I'm happy to bring back a further report at a future meeting, but respectfully council should address that timeline that was originally set in the motion from the January meeting, I believe it was. But essentially we are now at a proposal project, not just request for quotes, because we are looking at different models of policing and what those options would look like.
Thank you. And this is why I'm suggesting that report come back from staff to address these matters. And certainly we can address timeline, but anything further than that needs to go through staff at this time. Councillor Hergert, you have maybe a minute left and that's it on your time. Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe, and maybe our CAO could come back to this, on the procurement bylaw, we can also do a sole source supplier, which we do with tires. So it is possible to do a single source, and specifically when it's something as important as policing and as limited in available vendors, I'm sure that there would be an option there. But as it gets to the timeline part, when could we expect to have a report back to council, if I might ask our CAO?
Madam CIO, would you be prepared to give a just an estimate in terms of a time frame for a return report to council?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if you're looking for a time for a report outlining the process and the most equitable way of managing these two requests, I could have that at the second meeting in April.
Thank you. And Clerk Scharbeck, I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you needed to provide any information at this time.
No, not at this time. I'm sure it will be included in the report back to council.
Thank you. All right, now I'm going to move on to Councillor Hutchinson and then Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of questions that come forward. So I'm glad to hear the police board speak to that, and if anything, they would want to have community input to hear from the public, and I think that's really important. I'm not sure the timeline allows us to do that, given that we're getting near the end of a term, but I think that it is really important that before we move forward in any decision, especially when you look at your questions, you talk about change in service levels, change in admin, sometimes maybe response time changing. I think it's important that we do put that out to the public. My question, I guess, too, is I have a trouble trying to get my head around the whole concept of policing being a combination of Owen Sound and West Grey when you have someone like Chatsworth in between. How do you see that working when you have such a geographic challenge?
Chief Ambrose.
Thank you, through your worship, Councillor Hutchinson. There are several examples of it already in place. The city of Stratford polices the city of St. Mary's, and there's an OPP jurisdiction within the middle. And there are other examples. Peterborough takes in some rural areas outside in Lakefield. So it's not a unique situation. It's not a first time that people are looking at that. North Bay has done it with as well in the past. Really, the efficiencies and now with the platforms and technology that are available on Zoom, and that type of technology. The supervision would come out of Owen Sound, the officers, and that's why it's important to know that what type of service you're looking for in town. The officers would still be deployed, and there'd still be some need for a location within West Grey municipality for them to start their shift, park their cars, have their gear, all of those things. And certainly when there's a need for the supervisor to come down, or if there's a supervisor on duty down there, then they look after things. But it's the it's the efficiencies of scale that, not having the duplication in the administrative side and or, expanding our administrative support, but not doubling it is basically what we're looking at. So the opportunity is there for the policing to continue the way it is, just with some efficiencies.
Right. So there may be some savings through admin, but basically not in service levels, maybe.
Through you, Your Worship, there would be some efficiencies in service levels because there'd be capacity and already built in at both ends that you may not need two full people doing one job. You can combine that and have one person doing the job that was being done by two. That's some of the things that we have to look at more closely and really can't make a determination on until we know what exactly the levels are that we're looking to provide.
Yeah, and also worth keeping in mind that West Grey is the largest municipality in Grey County, so that's a factor too, for sure. Thank you.
Absolutely, and just in response to that, it's not necessarily the call volume and the calls for service, but it's the geographic area and the officer safety that we have to consider. And so it's not necessarily that one officer can handle all the calls in West Grey municipality, because it's not safe for one person to be out there by themselves, or two. It may need that there has to be three. So those are the types of things that we would look at.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you. First, I'd like to ask Teo Johnson a question, if he's still available. And that is, do we have a target date for receiving a response back from the OPP? I ask that because that might frame where we go from here, number one. But number two is, my second question is going to be to the chief, that says that if we know that it's going to take him X number of days, weeks, whatever it is, to put together the proposal, once we get that, then we can work out that time frame. But without that, it might be difficult. But the OPP kind of has an advantage because they've set a time frame. So I just wondered if you could share anything like that with us.
Madam CAO, do you have a response to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson, and to Councillor Townsend. The timeline has always sort of been a bit of a moving target with the OPP, and a lot of it is dependent on the flow of information, their scheduling, their own workload as well as ours. We have always anticipated it would be late summer that we would be in the stage of having it to council. Well, midsummer that it would be to council, then there's community consultation. So it would be, we're a few months out, that's for sure. I can't really nail down a specific timeline at this point, but it's going to be a few months out still.
Further, Councillor Townsend?
Yep. And my question for Chief Ambrose was, how long do you think it would take you once you got the information from this council on the service levels and requirements?
Chief Ambrose.
Thank you. Through your worship, Councillor Townsend, we've already started doing some of the initial analysis, looking at some of the calls. I've met with your chief. I've spoken to him about the demands for service there, things like that. We're probably looking at the neighborhood of 3 to 6 weeks probably to put something together and have it reviewed.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Anything further, members of council? Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'd just like to, and thank you to the Owen Sound Police for joining us this evening. Could you share why you're interested in serving the citizens of West Grey? That's for our Owen Sound Police. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, and through your worship. I think what it comes down to is that the municipalities of West Grey, and it has to be done so that it benefits everyone. It has to benefit the city of Owen Sound, it has to benefit the municipality of West Grey, it has to benefit everyone. That if there are cost efficiencies in policing by expanding the scope and expanding the number of people and reducing the overhead and consolidating, and it's like anything, sometimes when you get bigger, you have the opportunities to save money. So it's not being done as an empire building or anything like that. It's an opportunity for the Owen Sound Police Services to lower their cost to their community, and at the same time, hopefully lower the cost of the West Grey community. If it doesn't work for everybody, and when we can sit down and we put the numbers together, then you may find that the board decides they're not going to present it, or the city's not going to present an offer. But at this point, when I'm looking at it and the preliminary numbers that we've looked at and some of the original calculations that we started on, there seem to be efficiencies of scale in providing service. And certainly on another note, if you choose to move away from municipal policing in your community, I feel personally that it's a better option to maintain a municipal service as opposed to a drive-through service, and maintain a better provision for your citizens. And if we can do that and we can assist and it works for everybody, that's why we're interested.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, I have one last question for our CAO. It's a process question, so I appreciate that a report would be coming to us about process. So I appreciate that. But in regards specifically to, there's 7 questions outlined in the letter from Owen Sound Police. These questions seem to be a governance questions, visioning, service levels, that kind of thing. Not questions necessarily that our CEO would have the answers to, but CEO could help us navigate as council what our answers would be to those questions. And so I'm wondering, CEO, would it make sense to have a special meeting of council to navigate through this letter? And then our answers to those questions, perhaps the most fair thing to do would be that information would be shared both with OPP and Owen Sound, for example. But I'm just wondering if a special meeting of council could help us navigate these questions received from Owen Sound Policing. Thank you.
Madam CIO.
Through Mayor Robinson, good evening, Councillor Hamilton. Thank you for that question. I would just like to go back to, we are asking for proposals from 2 different agencies, and to be absolutely fair, and to have an end result that a cost or an analysis can be done on apples to apples, whatever services or whatever requests we make of one agency should be extended to the other agency. So, when you ask for a proposal and a costing, it typically is up to the proponent to provide their option, their opinion on what would serve our community best or our corporation. So I don't know that a dedicated council meeting would achieve that, because we would need to have both parties at that meeting as well. And really, I would leave it to the experts at the Owen Sound Police Service and the OPP, who are in the business of providing policing, to provide us with a proposal and the associated costs, knowing our community, knowing our geography, knowing the kinds of calls, the volumes of calls, the the flavor of our community. What do they envision would meet the obligations of providing policing services to West Grey? So I'm really cautioning council that because we now have two parties, we have created a proposal system, and to be fair, each party should be have the same access to the same information and come back with their best offer on the table, and both of those proposals should be dealt with at the same time.
Okay, thank you, CEO. I appreciate your experience in navigating RFPs, and that's why I was coming to you to ask that question. Yes, I will give that some more thought. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. Madam CIO, are you requiring a motion for your report that's dealing with the RFPs, or is that something that you've intended to provide and you will not require it?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I'm quite happy to bring a report in April. I just want to be mindful of the timeline that you've extended to Owen Sound Police, and respectfully, that would chew into that timeline. So if council would like me to bring a report with a process that would be fair for both parties, I would expect that would put the pause on the timeline for Owen Sound.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, let me just double check here. I'm looking for any first-time speakers. And okay, so we just have second-time speakers now. Councillor Townsend, you have 3 minutes left, and Councillor Hutchinson, you have 4 minutes left. So, Councillor Townsend, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think my question is pretty simple, and again, it's to the CAO. Request for proposal normally can put out requirements, and I guess that's kind of where I think Councillor Hamilton was going for. Are we going to actually set requirements or just have it as a free-for-all? Do the best you can. And then does that mean that we'll allow the same data to be available to Owen Sound that is being available to OPP? So that's my question for the CAO. Thank you.
Madam CAO, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Robinson, and to Councillor Townsend. The request is the proposal is, tell us how much how much would it cost for us to have policing provided by your agency? We would never, when we set out a proposal for other RFPs, we don't make it prescriptive, because then that's actually a request for a quote. If we know what we want, then here's the items that we want to purchase, and what's the price tag for that. I really support the proposal process, because I can't possibly know all of the options that would be available to provide policing in whatever fashion it is. So I'm pleased that we are leaning toward this model. But yes, any information provided to one entity is provided to the other. That's the whole purpose of addendums in a normal RFP. Everybody gets the same information, and they actually have to acknowledge that they received that same information at the same time or in a timely fashion. In this case, there could be some logistics, but and I know that Chief Martin is quite prepared to provide the information required by both parties to both parties.
Anything further, Councillor Townsend? Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, just one question, and maybe this is more for the CEO or maybe even the chair of our police board. I'm just curious where the police board fits into all this, and what kind of input that they might have into this situation.
So there is the process for the RFP. We currently have a West Grey Police Service that is doing exceptionally well. That is the service that we have. Madam CIO, it's not that we've got the budgets over the last number of years and the performance through the police. And I should also note that the overwhelming support from our community. Our community wasn't looking for a change in police service. So, Madam CIO, within a process, how is this addressed? We currently have a process that is, or a police service that is functioning exceptionally well. And how does the current West Grey Police Service fit into the overall process? Thank you for your comment, Madam CIO.
Certainly, Mayor Robinson, and to Councillor Hutchinson, my understanding is that there is a period of time for consultation with stakeholders and community. I will need to confirm with both agencies how they would like to include the police board, but I would suspect that would be a piece of the work that they would be asking to have done.
But Madam CIO,
to some degree.
Pardon me for that. But Madam CIO,
Sorry.
We're just looking how the West Grey Police Service fits into that. So is it just with
I'm sorry.
What is the expectation for the service in terms of this overall? It started out as an OPP costing and just as a costing, and now there is an offer from Owen Sound Police to be considered. So to Councillor Hutchinson's question with regard to where does the West Grey Police Service fit into the service that's being provided currently? Thank you.
Oh, my apologies, Mayor Robinson. I thought Councillor Hutchinson was speaking specifically about the Police Services Board. The police service itself, I would need to bring that back in that staff report to see how we can, what options might be available.
Thank you. And it was through Councillor Hutchinson's question of the board, but it is by the very nature the police service. So the inclusion in the report would be appreciated. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Hutchinson, but over to you, please.
Fine. Thank you.
Is there any further questions? Well, Chief Ambrose, Chair Johnston, and Inspector, thank you very much for your time this evening and for extending the offer. So have a good evening.
Thank you very much. We
Thank you
look
very
forward
much.
to hearing from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of Council, we are now moving on to item number 5, and that is public meetings. It is an NA for this particular agenda. Item 6 is comment period. In accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, comments may be made to Council with respect to a specific agenda item. A maximum of 2 minutes per person is allotted for comments, with a maximum of 10 minutes in total for the comment period. So at this time, I would ask Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer Hewlett to assist Council in determining if there's anyone from the public that wishes to participate in item number 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you, it should be noted, as mentioned previously in the meeting, that this meeting is being held in 2 locations, both on the Zoom meeting platform as well as being live streamed on YouTube. Any public participation, if any, must be done through the Zoom meeting platform. For members of the public wishing to express comment, the first option is if you've joined us via phone line, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and that will let us know you would like to speak. Alternatively, if your hand has been raised in error, you can press *9 again to lower your hand. The second option for members of the public who have joined using the Zoom meeting platform, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, either stating what you would like read into the record on your behalf or stating that you would like to speak, and we can unmute you at the mayor's request. The last option for members who have also joined using Zoom, you can raise your hand, which is typically located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen under the reaction box by either a blue or yellow hand icon. And I will let you know, Mayor Robinson, that we did receive correspondence earlier today from a citizen who could not be present tonight.
Would you please read it then?
And through you, Mayor Robinson, this is being read verbatim as written. My name is Gary Kennedy, and I have lived in West Grey for 16 years. I am retired from a career in international human rights and development, and my professional work included drafting and supporting many petitions. When drafting a petition, adequate background information and context are required for the petition to be considered thoughtful, fair-minded, and responsible. Without these attributes, those who sign the petition may not be doing so little real understanding of what they are signing and supporting. In this case, the validity of the signed petition can be reasonably changed. This is the case with the, in quotes, Save Our West Grey Police Services, end quote, petition. It provides no substantial background information, no real context for why council voted in favor of the motion to obtain an OPP costing. It does not even include direction for where citizens can go to find more information and context. There is no link to the recorded council meeting where councilors' reasons for supporting the motion were clearly spelled out and contextualized and nuanced in the manner. Because the petition provides no background and context, and because it singles out 4 councilors who voted in favor of the motion, it creates the wrongful understanding that 1, an OPP costing is by definition a threat to the West Grey Police Service when it really arose from a commitment to be fiscally responsible, and 2, that the West Grey Police Service is under attack by 4 councilors and needs saving from them. This is scaremongering, plain and simple petition plays on citizens' emotions rather than invites a reasoned, thoughtful response. For these reasons, the petition can't be considered fair and accurate representation of the views of its signatories and therefore invalid. Thank you. As written by Gary Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Is there any other correspondence that you've received?
Just checking the dashboard, it appears as though there is an individual on the phone, the last 3 digits being 142, who would like to speak at this time.
Yes, if you could unmute, as it were, the individual whose last digits on the screen are 142. And good evening, if you could state your name, and this is the comment period.
To the individual who has joined us on the phone line, you may be receiving an audio prompt to unmute yourself. I believe it is *6.
Okay, did that work?
Yes, you are live.
Am I here now? Okay, good. Hi, it is Marianne Ratcliffe calling in.
Good evening.
And good evening. I'm speaking to the police services thing. I will admit, when I first heard about it, I was concerned very much, actually, to some extent, the way that the fellow that wrote that letter was, not having a full understanding of what was going on. I have taken the time to learn a lot more, and I have to agree that it is in our best interest to continue this process of getting more information about what's available. And I noticed 14.6, there's a notice of motion about a virtual workshop. something, I think, whether it's that virtual workshop or some other really public, open, easy to access process for everybody to get more information, because information takes away fear. And like I said, I just think that we do need to get more information, both about the OPP, about Owen Sound, about our own police services, and some way to get it all public and for people to learn, I think would be a very good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion Radcliffe. Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, is there anyone else that has indicated that they wish to speak during comment period?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, just taking a quick review of the dashboard as well as my chat. I am not seeing any other members of the public wishing to speak at this time.
Okay, then. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to item 7 then, and that is unfinished business. For this particular agenda, it is an NA. Item 8, adoption of minutes. 8.1, February 4th, 2022, a special council meeting. Is there any questions or comments, members of council, on this set of minutes? Okay. 8.2, February 15th, 2022, council meeting. Any questions or comments on this set of minutes? 8.3, March 2nd, 2022, special council meeting. Any questions or concerns with regard to this set of minutes? Clerk Scharbeck, to the recommendation then, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that the minutes of the special council meeting of February 4th, the regular council meeting of February 15th, and the special council meeting of March 2nd, 2022 are hereby approved as circulated.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton. Any questions with regard to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Item 9, committee and board reports. 9.1, West Grey Economic Development Advisory Committee, February 14, 2022 minutes. Any questions or comments on the minutes? Seeing none, Clerk Scharbeck, there is a recommendation that follows these minutes. I wonder if we can address this now. If you could please read the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council approve the recommendation of the West Grey Economic Development Advisory Committee to support the 2022 Hawks Nest event at the partner level of sponsorship for municipalities and counties in the amount of $2,000.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson. Questions on the motion? Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Robinson. Just a simple question. Is this to be funded from the current economic development budget, or where's the funding proposed to come from? Thank you.
Madam CAO.
Thank you, through Mayor Robinson and Councillor Hamilton. Yes, there is a line in the economic development budget, in the base budget for sponsorships.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, on to the motion. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Moving on with item number 9, 9.2, Saugeen Mobility and Regional Transit Board, December 3rd, 2021 minutes. Any inquiries with regard to this set of minutes? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Hamilton. I'm just wondering if you could kind of summarize where the board ended up from a service level. There was a lot of discussion about what was going to be or might be tried and et cetera. And I just like to clarify for the audience exactly where that ends up, if you don't mind, please.
Councillor Hamilton.
Certainly, and thanks for that clarification, Councillor Townsend. So the SMART service runs from Mondays to Saturdays. And it had been the daytime service. However, the board did in December opted to extend service on Friday and Saturday evenings. I believe that's till midnight. However, any member of the community can go to the SMART website to see our days and hours of operation. But the board did make that decision to extend into evening service on Fridays and Saturdays over and above what we had put in place back last March, a year ago. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes, just one clarifying. Was there any service being offered on the weekends?
Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. Yes, so when the first change came a year ago in March, we were offering service Monday to Saturday. And then just in December of last year, we extended it into the evenings of Friday and Saturday. There continues to be no service available on Sundays.
Thanks.
Thank
I appreciate that you repeated the response. I'm just wondering at the appropriate time if we have maybe the general manager or chair come out and provide an update. I think we could extend that courtesy and be filled in on what's going on at SMART. 9.3, Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, January 19, 2022 minutes. Any inquiries? Councillor Hergert?
Yes, thank you. It appears as though there's a workplace harassment policy that's going to be initiated by the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission. And I was just curious if that would be following one of the 3 municipal partners, same guidelines for a workplace policy.
Deputy Mayor, I know you serve on the Saugeen Municipal Airport. Do you have a response at this time?
We're just, as we move towards the whole updating of everything, it's going into the bylaws. So we're just trying to update, and then that's where that's going to be implemented into it. So, and that's just actually to follow up to some of the things that have taken place in the past. So it's just, how would you say, it's wordsmithing what's already there to make it a little more user-friendly for understanding it. How's that?
It wouldn't be specific, would it? It wouldn't be individual specific. It's all-encompassing.
Yes, it's a general. Like I said, it's just because we had to get it in. So as we move forward to the not-for-profit and updating the bylaws and everything, we're just upgrading as we go, so to just minimize some of the work at the tail end of it. We're trying to get things done up front.
And if I could just ask one last question through you, Mayor Robinson?
Okay.
Yes. Could you tell me the name of the airport manager?
The Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I sure can. It's Philomena McDonald.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions with regard to the minutes on 9.3? 9.4, Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, January 20th, 2022 minutes. Any questions on those minutes? 9.5, Gardens and Green Spaces Advisory Committee, December 16, 2021 minutes. Any questions? 9.6, Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Maybe not so much a question, but as a comment, so just that this committee is working hard to make a plan to move forward with some, decorating and whatnot, preparing for the homecoming for Durham in particular, but also just trying to spruce things up a little bit across West Grey with the flowers and whatnot. So they're working hard, and hopefully you'll see some nice improvements come summertime. Thank you.
That's wonderful news. Thank you very much. 9.6, Garden and Green Spaces Advisory Committee minutes, this time January 20th, 2022 minutes. Your hand is still up, Councillor Hutchinson. Anything further to say? I know you're a representative on the committee. Okay, thank you. So before we go to the recommendation, I just want to ask members of council, is there any updates with regard to your respective boards or committees? Councillor Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just would like to share an update from the West Grey Public Library Board. So the West Grey Public Library is undergoing a strategic service delivery review. We will be working with a consultant over the spring. As you'll remember, in 2020, the library completed a compensation and organizational review with the municipality. This past year has brought several challenges and transitions for the library, including COVID pressures, staff turnover, increasingly limited resources, evolving regulatory standards, increased need for accountability, and public expectations for efficient services delivery. So this strategic service delivery review will include a comprehensive assessment and analysis of our current facilities, services, technology, staffing, and community demographics, and will provide a roadmap to effectively position the library to meet the future needs of a growing West Grey. So something to look forward to over the springtime. We'll be sure to keep you posted. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just wanted to say that Mayor Peabody of Brockton did hold a meeting a couple of weeks ago, which invited our mayor and the Hanover mayor to the airport. It was just a think tank, and we were just kind of discussing the business plan. The CAOs also attended. So the next step of that, we have engaged with the pilots and some other stakeholders out there. And our next step is to, I believe it's already been to Hanover. It's coming to each one of the municipal EDACs. And then we should have a pretty good, we've already got the rough draft. We feel we're where we need to be. And at that time, once that's completed, we kind of share and get all the input, and we value all that input. Then it will be put out to the municipal partners. We've also created an ad hoc committee for fundraising, because that's going to be a big model of trying to put some finances into the airport this year, and we have some good plans with that. But that has not been launched yet. We've had just one initial meeting, so there's lots of work to be done there. So don't be expecting it to come in April. We are working towards it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of council have an update? Councillor Hergert.
Just that next week we will have an Elmwood Fire Board meeting. We have these kind of quarterly or 6 a year. So we're just having our first one of this year. That's the only update right now. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'd like to invite Laura Johnson to give an update on our strategic plan and growth analysis, because we haven't met for quite a few weeks, and a lot may have happened since the last time we met. So if you're amenable, CEO Johnson, I'd appreciate it.
Madam CAO.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Just for clarification, Councillor Townsend, are you referring to the economic development strategy and
yes,
that work that we're doing? Thank you. So yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to update council. The project is moving along incredibly well with the support of Grey County Economic Development, Mr. Hewlett and Allison Theodore at the county have been doing surveys of our urban centers, mixed use analysis, business surveys. That work has come together. Happy to let I see Mr. Hewlett's on camera now. He could probably explain a little bit more about next steps, but the data collection is in the home stretch. The committee will be having concentrated workshops on, analyzing that data, setting goals for West Grey, that sort of thing. Mr. Hewlett, is there anything else you'd like to add, just to give a sense of how this project is progressing along?
Absolutely. Madam CAO, you summed it up quite succinctly. The data analysis is pretty much done. It's sitting with the county currently. I did receive a draft plan back in which I provided my notes, and it's currently sitting with the county just for some rejigging and just a few notes, in which we will receive that back, as well as the Newstead plans as well. And then those will be going to the Economic Development Committee for some think tanks and workshops, and then going out to the community for consultation over the spring and summer, hopefully, as long as we can meet all those timelines.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council that has an update? So at this time, I just wish to acknowledge the hard work of Grey County staff in creating, curating, and developing an informative, wonderful, and inspiring Pearls and Politics virtual exhibit. It truly was a pleasure to participate in this Grey Roots exhibit that demonstrates the dedication and strength of women in politics contributing to Grey County. You can check it out on the Grey Roots website or Facebook page. Okay, members of council, with that, I'm asking Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that the minutes of committees and boards are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton. Questions on the clarity of the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Councillor Shea, I'm seeing a virtual hand. Can you just identify? Are you with us?
Hello, yes, Your Worship, I am here and I vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. So 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Councillor Shea, will you be joining us with the audio only or with video as well?
Yes, I'm only going to be able to use audio today because I'm working with an alternate device, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to item number 10, which is correspondence 10.1, items requiring action, of which there are 3 on this particular agenda. 10.1.1, this is West Grey Police Services Board letter requiring clarification. So that's on page 50 of your agenda. The West Grey Police Services Board met with regard to the resolution that was passed looking for a joint meeting. I can tell you that the West Grey Police Services Board is interested and would like to meet with the West Grey Council overall, but they're seeking clarification on 3 points. And that is in the following discussion that West Grey Police Services Board respectfully requests clarification from Council outlining their interpretation of levels of service and what they mean by discuss, with an explanation for rationale for the deadline of the March 2022 deadline. Based on the information that I get back from this council, I will report back to the West Grey Police Services Board. Thank you. So with that, questions, Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually have a motion I'd like to put forward. If I could read it, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you. It says the motion that council acknowledge receipt of the West Grey Police Service Board's letter of March 1st, 2022, requesting clarification on 3 points in council's request to meet, namely, council interpretation of levels of service, what does council mean by discuss, and an explanation for the rationale for the deadline of March 2022. That council directs staff to prepare a response addressed to the chair, West Grey Police Services Board, with a copy to all members of the West Grey Police Services Board containing the following points, not necessarily verbatim. A level of service defines the services to be provided within defined, agreed upon parameters, including such guidelines as response time, frequency, or other such measures. As shared with the chair of Police Services verbally at the February 4th, 2022 West Grey Special Budget Council meeting, West Grey Police Services has identified and or provided 4 levels of service over the period from 2019 to the present day. They are adequate and effective policing as required by the Police Act, West Grey Police Services 2019 proposal to Chatsworth to provide policing services. West Grey Police Services advised policing services are well over adequate and effective at the January 7th, 2021 West Grey Special Budget Council meeting, so it must be a different level of service than required by the Police Act. And West Grey Services as of today, as they've changed since January 27th, 2021. Based on the above, it's possible to have varying levels of service, which is what council wishes to discuss. An online dictionary defines discuss as to consider or examine by argument, comment, etc., talk over or write about, especially to explore solutions, debate. Council is asking for a conversation to discuss the municipality's needs, challenges, and explore solutions for consideration to define, agree upon a level of service for the provision of police services to West Grey, ensuring they meet the adequate and effective requirement. That addresses the first two. The third one is the rationale for deadline of March 2022. Is council has on numerous occasions informally tried to discuss or extend offers for the West Grey Police Services Board to participate in discussions related to the level of service and cost of current policing in West Grey without success. Council moved on February 4, 2022 to formally request the West Grey Police Services Board meet with council by the end of February 2022. The request is revised to March 2022 at the excuse me, at the February 15th, 2022 council meeting, since the West Grey Police Services Board advised they were unable to meet with council in February. Suggesting a time frame for scheduling a meeting is common practice to ensure it is held in a timely manner. Further, once the response is prepared, council directs it be sent and signed under the name of Tom Hutchinson, Deputy Mayor, on behalf of council, as it would be inappropriate to have the letter come from Mayor Robinson, as she is also the chair of the West Grey Police Services Board. That's my motion, Madam Mayor, and I have provided a copy to the clerk.
Clerk Sherbuck, can I just confirm that you have received a copy, and is there anything further you require within the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I did receive that just this afternoon. It's not a notice of motion. There are a number of points included in that very lengthy motion. I'm not sure how all of council has an opportunity just hearing it to determine that, or if we share that on a screen, or what is council's wish to address this, because reading it, I don't think it's up to council what you'd like to do with it.
Well, Clerk Sherbuck, if you have the ability, and you did offer, if you have the ability to share it on screen, that would be fine. But I also would like your opinion in terms of, because of the length of it, and that council is just hearing of it for the first time, would it be your suggestion that this be taken as a notice of motion? And I'm just looking for a procedural comment based on the content and length. Would it be better served to be addressed as a notice of motion according to procedure?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. It will just take me a moment to email this to one of the staff helping us with IT this evening. I'm not able to share it. They'll have to share it as host of our Zoom meeting. So if you bear with me, I can do that. As far as procedurally goes, that's council's wish how to address this, how they'd like to move forward with this motion. Just bear with me and I can
Thank you.
Forward this. So Mayor, just give us 1 moment to share that on our screen.
Certainly.
If that's council's wish.
Yes, I think that'll be fine from members of council. Councillor Hergert, can I just ask what, I'm going to wait for Councillor Hergert and Councillor Shea. We're dealing with putting the motion on the screen at this time.
Through you, Mayor Robinson.
Initiatives Officer, yes?
I'm prepared to share on screen if you would like.
Please go ahead. Okay, so we have it on screen. I'm wondering, members of council, do you wish to deal with the motion this evening, or would you like it as a notice of motion, I guess? I'll deal with Councillor Hergert first and then Councillor Shea.
Yes, so seeing this is correspondence requiring action, I believe that we're more than within procedure to deal with this tonight. So I would be looking to reply swiftly because the request from council did mention end of March as a discussion or as a time that we could have the discussion with the board. I actually was present at the Police Services Board meeting, the last one, and I was very surprised that there was a question about discuss. I think it
Councillor
seems
Hergert, I'm only dealing with the question of a notice of motion or having it this evening. I don't even have a seconder, so I don't want to go outside of the procedure on that.
I would be
Okay.
happy to second that as well. Thank you.
Okay, second. Hergert. Councillor Shea, did you have any comment with regard to the notice of motion? Now that I have a seconder, did you have any comment with regard to that?
Yes, I have a comment and really a question. First of all, I think it's fine to deal with it tonight.
Okay.
The item that came up at the Police Service Board.
Councillor Shea, that's fine. Pardon me, but I'm just dealing with the question of are we going to deal with it tonight? So I'll come back to you. But now I'm just determining. Any other member of council have an issue with dealing with it tonight? Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. You're seeing the motion on the screen. So now any comments or questions with regard to the motion? I'm going to have to scroll down, but first Councillor Hergert and then Councillor Shea. Anything further, Councillor Hergert? No?
I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Councillor Shea.
Thank you. Your Worship, you were the chair of the meeting when the initial council motion was passed and sent to the board, and you were the chair of the meeting when the board created a response motion. So my question to you is, what do you think we should do? You're the leader of both groups, and I think you have the best ability to give some in-depth perspective to this issue. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Shea. My response would be that certainly the West Grey Police Services Board would like to speak with council. They were looking for clarity on level of service because the Police Services Act talks about adequate and efficient service being provided by the service, and wanted to ensure that council was, with respect, knew their role with regard to the board being at arm's length. I think it's really important that the clarity for those 3 points be addressed. I think that the Police Services Board would be most interested in perhaps, and this is, it needs to go back to the board, whatever is discussed here, obviously needs to go back to the West Grey Police Services Board. It's a board that makes a decision in totality. It doesn't, I'm not somebody that can make a decision on behalf of the board on my own. And I think it's important that whatever the council decides goes back to the board. But at that meeting, we had quite our special board meeting that I called. There was quite a bit of discussion, and there was a suggestion that Dwayne Sprague, who's with the Solgen's office, Solicitor General's office that would deal with police services, attend at a meeting where the special council meeting that's proposed here, and that he could provide just overall information with regard to Police Services Act, role of council, role of the board. I think it would be very worthwhile. It was a suggestion brought forward at the board, and I anticipate it will be further discussed at the board and factored into a meeting that we're having. So I think it's important that a definition of level of service, what you mean by discuss, and in terms of what the deadline. And I think it was done in a very respectful way. And I think that we can really slice down on this motion. And I think it's important to ensure that communication continue to be as fluid as it is. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Shea?
Well, just a technicality. You just said what you mean by discuss, and I think you probably meant to say what we mean by discuss. There was a council motion that was passed, and so I think Councillor Townsend's motion goes a long way to clarifying and providing the answers that the board has requested. So if you were comfortable with it, I would certainly be comfortable with it. Thank you.
Councillor Shea, I'm just, I'm not sure what you meant by you discuss. You asked me to respond as the board chair, which I'm happy to do. But what do you mean? I'm just not following.
You used the phrase, what you meant by discuss. And by you, I think you meant council. And
yes,
so I didn't
right.
ask you as board chair, I asked you as mayor what your perspective was. So I presumed you meant to say what we, council, mean by discuss. You were part of that motion as well. Just a point of clarity, semantics. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, semantics, it's not worth the clarification. I meant it in good faith, and whether I used we or you, but the idea is that we have to keep the communication line open. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm just wondering, Councillor Townsend, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of points. I really spent some time on this to make sure that the information that's available could be shared with the Police Services Board. I was disappointed when they asked about levels of service, and I was even more disappointed when I heard Chief Ambrose this evening. He was very clear on what levels of service were, and he understood that from his role as a provider of service. And I would have hoped the board would have had the same understanding. The other thing I was disappointed in is on February 4th, we provided this information to you, who is also the chair of the Police Services Board, and yet they're still asking. So the first question is, did you share that information with the Police Services Board? And if yes, then maybe it needs more, which is why I've repeated it. And if no, I'm kind of wondering why. Can I get you to answer that first, please?
What is it that you're asking? First of all, the West Grey Police Services Board is seeking clarification to determine whether council is aware of the what is meant by levels of service. So that was the discussion in terms of West Grey Police Services Board wasn't clear that council had an understanding of what it was meant in terms of level of service. And so that is certainly for clarification. And then what is your question of what potentially was shared?
Well, at the February 4th meeting, the budget meeting, there were 3 councillors that actually spent time saying what they saw as level of service. And for example, one level of service was what's being provided here. Another level of service that was raised was the offer that was made, proposal that was made to Chatsworth. So we do understand what level of service is. The reason for the discussion is twofold. One is we don't understand the operational aspects of police, nor should we. The argument is that is for the police to manage operations, but there has to be an agreement on level of service, and the discuss will depend on where that conversation goes as far as content. But a discuss is a conversation, and I think that's pretty clear. So when I said, was it shared, I meant the fact that 3 councillors spent time to define those 4 levels or discuss and identify that they recognize those as different levels of service. Was that shared with the board? So they
okay, Councillor, thank you very much for repeating it a number of times. I do want to say that the information from the meeting was discussed at the West Grey Police Services Board, but I want to make it abundantly clear that 3 members of this council do not represent all of council. We are a body, a political body, that we deal with things in bylaws and resolutions. And so just because 3, with all due respect, just because 3 members of council have outlined level of service does not speak for for the council overall. And that is similar to 1 member of council that does an outreach is not speaking for all of council. So the information was shared. This council provided the information, and really the West Grey Police Services Board, and I refer to the last paragraph of the page 2 of the correspondence. The West Grey Police Services Board is committed to ensuring the adequate and effective policing is provided to the West Grey Police Services Board is committed to ensuring that adequate and effective policing is provided to the municipality of West Grey. To that end, the West Grey Police Services Board is willing to meet with the West Grey Council to further positive discussions on policing. So I think that is, we're seeing that from both sides with, or both entities, I think is a better way of saying that. And having this meeting, I think, is really important. And it is a special council meeting, so it'll be governed by our council procedural bylaw. The clerk will be preparing the agenda. We will have minutes. It's a public meeting, and it's for council and the West Grey Police Services Board. And very much look forward to that overall discussion.
Excellent. And the reason I asked if it had been shared is because I wasn't sure it had. I recognize it's not a direction of council, which is why it's in this letter or in this motion. That's exactly why I put it in there, so that we can discuss that as a council. And if we agree that that's in fact what it is, it gets passed, it gets sent. And therefore it is very clear, and it is a message from council. Thank you for your response. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Indeed, I want to make it abundantly clear again that we speak as a full council, not individual members. So thank you for that. That's why I brought it here. Yeah. All right, I'm just looking to see if there's any other member of council before I go to Councillor Hergert, and I will go to Councillor Hergert at this time. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was previously saying that I attended the last Police Service Board meeting. I was very surprised at the language that was used. I think it was inflammatory language. And while Mayor Robinson, sitting as chair, did try and quell that inflammatory language, it still permeates through the essence of the conversation. I find the letter from the chair of the Police Service Board to be appalling, that we as council spent time.
I'm sorry, Councillor Hergert, I am going to take a point of privilege on that. You've used my name and also used the word appalling. That is not appropriate, and I wish you to refrain from that. At the meeting, I did chair the meeting. There was appropriate language that had to be corrected. As chair, it was immediately done. But this letter is most appropriate and most outlines the resolutions from council, the decision of the Police Services Board, and the willingness to meet. So please do not go any further with that language.
Well,
if
I did mention
to continue. I will permit that, but I will also be watching for the language that you're using. Thank you.
Yes, it was how I felt about the meeting for added clarity. But I do find it very surprising that our own Police Service Board doesn't understand level of service. I'm surprised by that. I'm very surprised because we had Owen Sound as a delegation this evening that understood what level of service meant. So I believe that you as mayor and as chair were asked by council to set the date of this joint council meeting with the West Grey Police Service Board. And as chair and mayor, I'm curious what date that will be so I can put that in my calendar.
So I can tell you that the importance of the meeting is to get clarity from council. As I've stated before, and I'll just ensure clarity for all, the West Grey Police Services Board was seeking clarification of West Grey Council's understanding of what level of service was. So in order to facilitate the discussion and to be prepared for the special meeting, it was important for the West Grey Police Services Board to ask the question in terms of, does West Grey Council understand what levels of service are? And that's why it was put in the motion. Councillor, I'm not looking for a debate. I have question asked, question answered. And with all due respect, the West Grey Police Services Board is held in high regard, and it's not a debate. It's something that we've genuinely asked for the questions, and we're looking for a response back. There's a motion on the floor, and then we just need to focus on the questions with regard to the motion on the floor. So do you have anything further that is dealing with the motion on the floor?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I do appreciate that Councillor Townsend has taken the time to articulate this motion, defining words. I think that we as council have also asked for a memorandum of understanding. What does the police service board require from council and
Councillor
vice versa?
Herkert, that is not part of the motion. So you need to stay focused on the motion that
Yes.
is dealing with the 4 points. Please.
Yes.
Is there anything further?
Yes, I would appreciate just a little bit more latitude that the police service board in Owen Sound said that they met with council twice a year to discuss and review that business plan.
Councillor Hergert, I'm not going to provide you the latitude. We have to respect the procedures. So thank you very much. I'm now going on to Councillor Hutchinson. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchison here. I don't really have a question, but I just want to comment that I think that anytime that we can sit down and meet and discuss things, I think is a positive. I look forward to meeting with our police services board. Personally, I think that's where we should have started before all this other things happened, before we started reaching out. So I look forward to it. I think it'll clarify a lot of points, and I look forward to moving forward in a positive manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchinson. Councillor Townsend, your final comment?
I do have just a question for you, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind.
If the question is regarding the motion at hand.
Absolutely, absolutely. My question is, do you feel that the information provided here will assist the board, the police services board, to commit to a date?
So what I'm going to say is what I've said before, and that is it is full council that makes a decision in terms of whether it's a bylaw or resolution. There's a motion at hand that has been duly moved and seconded, and it is council to make the determination if they wish to vote in favor or not in favor of the motion. And the resolution will be forwarded to the West Grey Police Services Board, and we'll provide a response. As I've said, always the Police Services Board is very much favorable for positive discussions. So that answers the question. Is there anything further, Councillor Townsend? No? Okay. I'm just scanning. Bear with me, members of council. I'm just looking on the side panel to make sure that I have had an opportunity to call upon any member of council that wishes to speak. All right, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm just going to echo what Councillor Hutchinson said, but I just wonder if we could have this blowing up a bit on the screen so that I can see the whole thing real quick before we go to the vote there, because I can't see it all, if that's possible. Thank you.
Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, is there any, first of all, Deputy Mayor, could you turn your mic off?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Hewlett, is there an ability to expand the text? And if not, I have a suggestion. If you could just respond to that, please.
Sorry, if I can ask a point of clarity, Mayor Robinson.
Yep.
Are you asking for the text to be enlarged or just to see the whole?
Yeah, just can the text be enlarged?
Yes, bear with me one moment.
Thank you. Councillor Shea, I'll wait until the deputy has finished any of his inquiries. Deputy Mayor, does that satisfy your
Yes, thank you,
inquiry?
Mayor Robinson. I just need, you can go, that will be enough for me. You can go to Councillor Shea. I couldn't see the whole thing, so I just wanted to read the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Yes, I would just like to move an amendment to Councillor Townsend's motion. I think he's done a very capable job of summarizing all the very important parts. The only thing that I didn't think was absolutely necessary was transferring the signing authority from the mayor to the deputy mayor. I'm comfortable with the mayor being a representative of both council and the police board. I don't think there's a conflict there. I think we often have to wear double hats. So I would make an amendment. I'd like to move an amendment to strike that clause in the motion.
Thank you. I will have Clerk Scharbeck read back your motion, Councillor Shea, and determine whether you're fine with the language, and then I would be looking for a seconder.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I'll just confirm, Councillor Shea, that this is correct. Moved by Councillor Shea that the main motion be amended by removing the last sentence, being furthermore, once the response is prepared, council directs it be sent and signed under the name of Tom Hutchinson, Deputy Mayor, on behalf of council, as it would be inappropriate to have the letter come from Mayor Robinson, as she is also the chair of the West Grey Police Services Board.
Councillor Shea, are you fine with the wording? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for a seconder for that amending motion. Councillor Hamilton. Thank you. Now we have a mover and seconder on that. I can tell you that I have no conflict of interest with regard to being the chair of the West Grey Police Services Board and the mayor of West Grey Council and the mayor of the municipality of West Grey. And I am able to sign correspondence, and that is not a problem, and I appreciate the motion at hand. All right, so is there any questions on the amending motion by Councillor Shea, seconded by Councillor Hamilton? Just bear with me, please, because I am looking at a screen, a vertical screen, which is parallel to the main motion. Okay. Clerk Scharbeck, I am asking for a recorded vote on this. Could you please manage that?
Mayor Robinson, we'll proceed with the recorded vote. This is just speaking to the amendment to the main motion to remove the last sentence, directing that the letter come from Deputy Mayor Hutchinson rather than the mayor. Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Hutchinson?
All right, in favor.
Councillor Shea?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
In favor.
Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Councillor Townsend, yes.
And that amending motion is carried. We're back to the main motion.
Okay. Is there any other items on, is there any other member of council that wishes to speak to the main motion? Councillor Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson, and just want to give thanks to Councillor Townsend for putting this detailed motion together, and thank you, staff, for sharing it on the screen. And yeah, I think this is a great opportunity for board and council to come together in dialogue. There's only so much you can do in a budget meeting, or really that's been the only opportunity we've had dialogue. So I look forward to a separate dedicated meeting for that purpose. And certainly it's advancing the informal ways that council has been trying to have dialogue about levels of service and affordability. This creates that dedicated space and time for that. So I do look forward to this opportunity. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council that wishes to speak to this motion? Okay. I will say that I like the idea that a council is looking at this in terms of clarity for the questions to the West Grey Police Services Board that were posed in the letter. But under item number 3, 3A, saying 3A and 3B, I don't appreciate the language, and it's inaccurate in terms of without success, because the West Grey Police Services Board has come forward to council on a number of occasions. So with that, unless there is a change to item 3A and B, I will not be supporting this motion based on those clauses in there. But I'm very much in favor of West Grey Police Services Board meeting with council. Thank you very much. Any other clarification? Again, I'm just scrolling down on a horizontal view for council. Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So just thinking about one concern that you raised, 3A, what if we were, I'll make an amendment that might address your concern, and that would be for 3A, instead of it reading council has on numerous occasions, we could say members of council have on numerous occasions, because I do believe that is accurate. I've heard many different members of council extend appreciation for these kinds of conversations. So I'll move an amendment to 3A that the word council be struck, and instead it would be members of council have. I guess the has to be struck too. Is that clear, Clerk Scharbach? Thank you.
Clerk Scharbach?
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Hamilton, I'm just not sure. Members of council don't provide
I guess I have to
direction in any way as individual voices. It is the voice of council, or it's
I see what you're saying.
Not a request or a comment that would be considered as coming from council to the board.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
I see your point. I do. Yeah, I do. So even though I've heard those voices, it wouldn't be appropriate to put that in this letter from all of councils. Okay.
Councillor Hamilton, would you perhaps delete item 3 altogether? I'm just suggesting that from the chair.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, Mayor Robinson. Let me just give that some thought. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. Mayor, why don't you move a notice of an amendment?
Councillor Shea, thank you for the suggestion. I am in the chair, and I could ask you the same question, but I will not be doing that. Thank you very much. Any other comment, Councillor Shea?
Not at this time, thank you.
Councillor Hergert.
Mayor Robinson, seeing as how we are all just getting this evening, and we maybe need just a 5-minute read through, would that be something that we could maybe,
Absolutely not, Councillor. We've got the motion moved and seconded on the floor. We will not disperse when we have a motion on the floor. So we'll be dealing with the motion at hand. Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would be agreeable to removing 3A. So if that needs an amendment, even though I was mover of the first one, I would do that. The reason that I think section 3 is required is because one of the queries from the police board was,
Councillor Townsend, so could you
Yes.
please tell me what your amending motion is? I will need to have it wordsmithed by the clerk and then a seconder before you could speak to it.
sorry, I would move that we move 3A, paragraph 3A.
Clerk Schabak, do you need any other further clarification for that?
Through you, Mayor, no, I think that's very clear. Moved by Councillor Townsend that the main motion be amended by removing paragraph 3A being, and then I will include the paragraph that's to be removed for clarity in the motion.
Thank you. And before I ask for a seconder, could we please have that second page moved over? Right now, through my view, I'm only seeing part of the page. So because we're discussing the second part of the motion there being 3, could we see that on the screen in clarity, please? And with that, while that's getting done, I'm looking for a seconder to Councillor Townsend's motion. Councillor Hamilton, seconding it. And before I ask if there's any questions or to call the question, I just want to have that before us. Okay. Is there, I can say that West Grey Police Services Board, item B is not accurate. So again, I will not be supporting that motion because the resolution from the West Grey Council came before the West Grey Police Service Board on, we had a meeting on a special West Grey Police Services Board meeting, on February 23rd. And this is the first opportunity at this council meeting to provide that information. So since the West Grey Police Services Board advised they were unable to meet council in February, there's timelines that you have for meetings. So again, I won't be supporting that section. Is there any other comment in regards to the amending motion? And I'm scrolling through the information and I'm looking again, Madam Clerk, for a recorded vote, please.
Okay, with a recorded vote for the amending motion, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that the main motion be amended by removing paragraph 3A, being council has on numerous occasions informally tried to discuss or extend offers for the West Grey Police Services Board to participate in discussions related to the level of service and cost of current policing in West Grey without success. And Mayor Robinson is called for a recorded vote. So Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
In favor.
Councillor Shea?
Yes.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
In favor.
And that motion is carried. We're again back to the main motion.
All right, we've had quite a bit of discussion on the main motion. Just scanning here. Clerk Schabak, I'm asking for a recorded vote on this main motion.
Okay, let me just catch up with the minutes here.
Councillor Shea, you have a question?
Yes, Your Worship. If the other paragraph, formerly called 3B, were removed, would you then be able to support the motion?
Okay, give me one moment. Thank you. Yes,
Then I would move that we make an amendment to delete the paragraph originally known as 3B.
all right. Is there a seconder for this amending motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson? Any questions? Councillor Shea, you still have your hand up. Is there anything further? Okay, your hand is down, and I'm just scanning again on the dashboard here to see if there's any member of council that wishes to speak. Clerk Sharbeck, to the recorded vote then. Thank you. Oh, pardon me, to the amending motion moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor, just to clarify, did you say you wanted a recorded vote on this amending motion?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And before, pardon me, I do see, even though I asked if there were any further questions, Councillor Herger, do you have a question?
I have a comment about 3B. And while I believe it is factual, I also agree that we should try and work towards consensus. And so while I believe 3B is very factual, the removal of that will not change the essence of this. And so I will be supporting the removal of 3B, even though it's factual.
Okay. So I'm just seeing if there's any further. Over to you, Clerk Sharbeck.
Moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. That the main motion be amended by removing paragraph 3B, being council moved on February 4th, 2022, to formally request the West Grey Police Services Board meet with council by the end of February 2022. The request was revised to March 2022 at the February 15th, 2022 council meeting, since the West Grey Police Service Board advised they were unable to meet with council in February. And Mayor Robinson has called for a recording vote. So starting with Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Shea?
Yes.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Townsend?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
And Councillor Hutchinson?
In favor.
And that motion is carried. And we are back to the main motion.
Okay, so we've had discussion on the main motion. I am asking for a recorded vote on this as well. I'm not seeing any indication from members of council to speak. Over to you, Clerk Sharbeck.
To you, Mayor Robinson. Moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hergert. I will read the revised version of the motion for everybody's information. We have had 3 amendments, and then I'll go through the recorded vote. So moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hergert, that council acknowledge receipt of the West Grey Police Services Board letter of March 1st, 2022, requesting clarification on 3 points in council's request to meet, namely, 1, council's interpretation of levels of service, 2, what does council mean by discuss, and 3, an explanation for the rationale for the deadline of March 2022. That council directs staff to prepare a response addressed to the chair, West Grey Police Services Board, with a copy to all members of the West Grey Police Services Board, containing the following points, not necessarily verbatim. 1, a level of service defines the services to be provided within defined, agreed upon parameters, including such guidelines as response time, frequency, or other such measures. As shared with you verbally at the February 4th West Grey Special Budget Council meeting, West Grey Police Services has identified and or provided 4 levels of service over the period from 2019 to present day. They are 1, adequate and effective policing is required by the Police Act. 2, West Grey Police Services 2019 proposal to Chatsworth to provide policing services. 3, West Grey Police Service advised policing services are well above adequate and effective at the January 27th, 2021 West Grey Special Budget Council meeting. So it must be a different level of service than required by the Police Act. 4, West Grey Police Services, as of today, as they've been changed since January 27th, 2021. Based on the above, it's possible to have varying levels of service, which is what council wishes to discuss. And 2, an online dictionary defines discuss as to consider or examine by argument, comment, etc., talk over or write about, especially to explore solutions, debate. Council is asking for a conversation to discuss the municipality's needs, challenges, and explore solutions for consideration to define, agree upon a level of service for the provision of police services to West Grey, ensuring that they meet the adequate and effective requirement. And 3, suggesting a time frame for scheduling a meeting is the rationale for the deadline of March 2022 is suggesting a time frame for scheduling a meeting is common practice to ensure it is held in a timely manner. So, Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote? I'm sorry, I don't think I heard that, Councillor
In favor?
Hutchinson. Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah. Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shay,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
In favor.
Mayor Robinson,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Yes.
and Councillor Townsend.
In favor.
And that is the main motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clerk Sharbuck, for all of that work. I'm wondering if we could return back to gallery view. Okay, it is 7:48. And I'm wondering if council would like a break before we begin the balance of the agenda. So what I'm just suggesting, and I don't think we need a motion for this, but I'm just wondering if we come back at 5 after 8. 8:05? And okay, everybody seems fantastic with that. Really enjoy your break. We've had a lot of discussion. Thank you so much, members of council. See you back at 8:05. Okay, members of council, welcome back from a refreshing break, no doubt. It's 8:05. I just want to first double check. We've got the members of council, 2, 4, 5, 6. Councillor Shea, are you still with us? I'm just double checking my screen. Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, could you just assist me? Do you see Councillor Shea, at least his name, on screen? And is he still connected with us?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I just took a quick review and I do not see Councillor Shea. It appears as though either he has left the meeting or lost connection.
Okay, all right. So hopefully he'll be able to return, but I can say that we have 6 members of council. That certainly is a quorum. Madam CIO, do you have the staff you require?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, we are on to item 10.1.2, Durham Hospital Foundation, thank you and request for funding. You'll recall way at the beginning of this meeting, Councillor Townsend identified an interest here. So I just wanted to point that out for this particular item. So this particular item, again, is an item requiring action. So how does council wish to deal with that? Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Did we skip an item there? Items for information. I have 10.2.1, Sheila Stockton and Sigrid Bloom OPP costing letter first.
Okay, so maybe Clerk Sharbrink, you can help me out. We dealt with 10.1.1 before the break. And now we're dealing with 10.1.2, Durham Hospital Foundation, thank you, and request for funding. Clerk Sharbrink, okay, that's where we are in the agenda. And then we have a 10.1.3. Okay.
It's different. Maybe Clerk could clarify.
Yes, through you, Mayor. I think Councillor Hutchinson, you're one of the few people that was able to access our website when the agenda was first published. Unfortunately, we had an error, had these 2 requests for funding included with the correspondence for information. So we did move them out to include them in the action items so that the requests weren't missed by council.
Okay.
So that's a small change.
Okay, that's fine. I'll follow along. I'll try to keep in touch there. Thanks.
And thank you for the question. I really appreciate it. So 10.1.2, Durham Hospital Foundation, thank you and request for funding. It is an item that council needs to make a decision on. How does council wish to address this? Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, excuse me. Thanks, Mayor Robinson. A process question. I recall through budget, we had developed a process for like a policy for receiving these kinds of requests. So if staff could just remind me, is that policy active and should these letters go through that process? Thank you.
Clerk Sharbrink, I recall you did a fabulous presentation on that. And to Councillor Hamilton's inquiry, please, if you might.
Here, Mayor Robinson, the policy was not adopted by council. So we're continuing with the same process as previous years, addressing each request on its own merits as it comes forward.
Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I thought that policy was to come to council so that we could accept it, but I hear what you're saying, Clerk, like we haven't done that yet. So we're under the old way of doing things. So the information I don't have is how many funds do we have in our, in the account? Are we expecting any more requests? Are we anticipating that policy will be coming to council soon and then these could go through that procedure?
Clerk Sharbrink?
I'm just trying to remember correctly through you, Mayor. Councillor Hamilton, it did come to council and was not adopted. there's a request for amendments. So bringing it back, it will have to include some accountability for any level of funds being donated to a group. And I think that was part of the piece. So it's, as it stands, it can come back very soon to council, but I don't think either one of these requests, and I can certainly defer to the treasurer for her expertise, but they wouldn't have known about the application process.
Right.
So to go through that, the forms and the process attached to that policy might seem a little bit unfair after the fact.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, thank you. So may I ask our Director of Finance how much we have in the budget for these types of requests? Thank you.
Certainly. Director Mighton, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. What we have left in there is $15,500. We did have 16,000, but we gave some to the South Bruce Grade Literacy, I believe it was. So we're down to 15,500 is what we've got left in the pot for 2022.
And one last follow-up question, if I may, for our director. Would you happen to know what we provided for the hospital, the Durham Hospital last year?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. I believe it says in their letter, we gave them 13,500. Yeah.
You're right. Thank you.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, I'll make a motion for council to entertain. I'll move that council provide $10,000 for the Durham Hospital Foundation.
Thank you. I'm just going to wait for Clerk Sharback to address the motion for language. Double check if you're okay with the language, Councillor Hamilton, and then look for a seconder. One moment, please.
Through you, Mayor, I have that Councillor Hamilton, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that council provide a grant in the amount of $10,000 for the Durham Hospital Foundation.
Okay, I see that Councillor Hamilton is shaking her head, so she's okay with the language. Is there a seconder for this motion? And I'd be looking for a raised hand. Councillor Hergert, seconding. Any questions with regard to the motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I think we had this discussion earlier. I believe we were talking about giving funds to the hospital, and then we suggested that we needed to receive a letter first before we give out any funds. So we had that discussion. I think I also threw it out there as a thought that maybe this money shouldn't be coming out of donations, that we should be putting it into our budget to fund the hospital on a regular basis. And I don't know, my Director of Finance can maybe clarify. We didn't do that this year, did we? Because we talked about that, I thought, about making it an annual donation to the hospital, but not necessarily through this fund.
Just by way of an update, Director Mighton, could you provide a response?
Yep, through you, Mayor Robinson. Council didn't provide any direction on the dollar amount to split out of the grants to organizations. We didn't add any separate funds for hospital funding separate from grants to organizations. So there's the total pot is sitting at the 15,005. It was at 16,000, like I said. But the council didn't identify how much, if we were taking that 16,000 and splitting it and having some for regular grants and some for healthcare grants. But we didn't add any extra to the budget specifically for healthcare, with the exception of the pledge for the continued pledge for the Center Grey Hospital.
Right. I may follow up.
Absolutely.
So we do have a line, healthcare, you call it healthcare foundation or healthcare reserve or something. We do have a line in our budget for that, right? So maybe going forward, maybe this should be put into that line rather than taking a big chunk out of our donations to organizations.
Director Mighton.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Then what council needs to do at the budget time is dedicate an amount to it. Right now, we don't have a transfer to reserve anymore. We are actually paying back on the pledge to the Center Grey Hospital, and that was increased to $13,850 for the next several years to satisfy that pledge. So if council at budget time wants to increase that, that's the time to do it, and allocate a specific amount to hospital, and then decide if you're going to leave your miscellaneous grants to organizations at the current level and just have it as a new budget increase, or are you going to split it off? But that's something that council needs to make those decisions at budget time to allocate that.
Yeah. Okay. Food for thought for the future. Thank you.
Indeed. Any further questions? Clerk Sharbutt, could you read back the motion and I'll call the vote.
Mayor Robinson, that council provide a grant in the amount of $10,000 to the Durham Hospital Foundation.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 5 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried, recognizing Councillor Townsend declared an interest. Item 10.1.3, Newstead Norm B. Carrick Agricultural Society, thank you, and requesting for funding. Councillor Hamilton identified an interest in this item. This is an item that requires action. How does council wish to proceed with this? Councillor Hergert?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would make a motion that we do exactly what we did last year and make a $1,000 donation to the Newstead Norman B. Carrick Agricultural Society from the same grants to organizations budget line.
I'll wait for Clerk Sharbutt to read back the motion and then I'll look for a seconder.
Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Hergert that council provides a grant in the amount of $1,000 to the Newstead Norman B. Carrick Agricultural Society.
Councillor Hergert, you're fine with the language? Okay, and a seconder, Deputy Mayor. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 5 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried, recognizing Councillor Hamilton did not vote due to a conflict or an interest. We are moving on to 10.2, items for information. The first one is 10.2.1, Sheila Stockin and Sigrid Bloom, OPP costing. Is there anything on this, members of council? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point in their letter. I think it's a little bit misleading in that they suggest that they were in favor of council going ahead with OPP costing, but they say free OPP costing. It isn't free. We budgeted $80,000 to do the OPP costing. So I thought that was a little bit misleading when they seemed to think it was free. Anyways, just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hergert?
Yes, I think for added clarification is that the costing itself is for free. However, the consultant that we would be using, potentially, it's not even a guaranteed right now, that the consultant would be the $80,000 up to $80,000 discussion point there. So the OPP costing itself is in fact free. It's the consultant that would potentially cost $80,000. So to the letter, I do believe it's important that their comments, along with Ms. Radcliffe's comments, Mr. Kennedy's comments earlier in this meeting, are all really saying the same thing, that with this petition, there was zero information provided at all of the locations where you could sign. Now, I will agree that I have received several comments from the public that state we don't even know what the petition's about, but a neighbor was encouraging them to sign this petition and so on. So I think there was not information provided to the
Councillor
petition
Hergert, we're just
signers.
dealing with the letter at hand. So they're just providing their information that they appreciate if the results of the costing and any further costing information be communicated. So I just wish you to, on behalf of council, to just stick to it's an information item. So is there anything further? I just don't want you to be not focused on the item at hand.
I'm very focused, and I think the message resonates with lots of members of the community. I'll save my time. Thank you.
We're only dealing with the one piece of correspondence. So Councillor Hutchinson, I'm just identifying your electronic hand is up.
Yes, I just
Okay.
wanted to follow up on that. So just to be totally clear here, maybe our CAO can clarify, verify that there is no cost from the OPP end of it in terms of this costing. Yes, there's a consultant fee, which is $80,000 we're putting towards it, but do we know for sure that the OPP is not going to charge anything for this costing?
CAO Johnston.
Yes, Mayor Robinson and to Councillor Hutchinson, that's correct. There is no fee to the municipality from the Ontario Provincial Police Organization. The $80,000, which has been earmarked from reserves, would be to have a cost analysis done by a consultant firm.
Okay, thank you.
We're now moving on to 10.2.2 Ontario Farmland Trust 2022 Farmland Forum. Anything on that? Councillor Hutchinson, is your electronic hand just up from before? Okay. 10.2.3 Bruce County and Grey County Federation of Agriculture Annual Politicians Meeting. I do want to say, and I'm referencing the correspondence that is in our agenda, and this is on page 58 and page 58. The politicians, the well-anticipated annual politicians meeting this year is on March 24th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. That actually falls on a Grey County Council and Committee of the Whole date. So I will be there for a portion of the politicians meeting, which I look forward to every year. But I just wanted to identify that, and I know packages will be sent out, and also the electronic coordinates for this particular meeting. 10.2.4 Municipality of Grey Highlands Beaver Crest Community School Resolution. It is an information item. Anything, members of council? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to see us support that, to support their request for the additional. But the way we're growing, we may need the same support in the future. And I think it's always nice to help your neighbor if you can, if it makes a difference.
Thank you. So Clerk Sharbuck, I'm thinking notice of motion, but I'm looking for your procedural comment.
Dear Mayor Robinson, yes, I can include that motion of support on our next council agenda. And then we'll be able to share that with Grey Highlands as well.
Okay. All right. 10.2.5 Multi-Municipal Wind Turbine Working Group Invitation. Anything, members of council? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you. If you remember back in December, council was shared a document that showed some of the failures that are happening with some explanations that demonstrates exactly how these are not as projected. I did attend one of the meetings in the past before COVID of this group, and they're very well versed. They've got the right support, the right skills at the table. And excuse me, and I think that West Grey is a very attractive area for wind turbines. Our winds and et cetera was what made it attractive in the first place. So I think we should keep an eye on it. I'm not sure just how much we should keep an eye on it, whether or not we should join that group. But I think it's a discussion at some point we should have.
Okay, over to you, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I agree. Actually, I've been involved with, I've been on a tour with this group earlier on when they were doing a lot of work in this area. I agree. I think, I'm not sure if we have a bylaw, but I'd like maybe us to check. It seems to me there might be a bylaw there regarding municipal wind turbines. And I think it'd be worthwhile revisiting that just to see. I'm not totally against wind turbines, but they do need to be in the correct place to be effective and not affect people. So Can we do a check on that?
Madam CAO, could you provide a response?
Excuse me, through Madam Mayor and to Councillor Hutchinson, happy to look into it further. I don't have any information at this point, but we can have a look around and see what staff can provide.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. 10.2.6, West Gray residents petition to save our West Gray police services. Councillor Hutchinson, is your hand up for this item?
Yes, it is. I would like to speak to this this letter or pull it for discussion.
Talk about it right now, Councillor.
Okay, so we've already had some discussion, as Mr. Kennedy said, that he felt that some of the petition had some weaknesses, and I agreed. Some petitions do. There's probably some names in there that shouldn't be on there, but I think overall there seems to be overwhelming support for this, and I do believe that there may be a few residents that don't know what it's all about, but there are a lot of people out there that do know exactly what it's all about, and have been following either our Facebook or social media or council meetings. So there's quite a bit of buzz in the community about it. So as a result of that, I would like to reflect, have the council, our council, to reflect on this petition from our local citizens before us. And whereas from the public input, there is a real concern and fear with the potential loss of our local West Gray police services to OPP. And whereas many of our residents are also not in favor of spending $80,000 on police costing. And whereas based on the 3,000 plus signatures, it is evident that our citizens are happy with and supportive of our West Gray police service. Therefore, based on the timing of this costing, a true analysis of our local service versus OPP service or any other police service could not be done effectively before the next term of council. The next council deserves the opportunity to revisit this if they so desire. Now, therefore, I move that council halt the process of OPP and Owen Sound police costing and instead work with our West Gray Police Board and police service to continue to provide the most efficient and effective service possible. And I believe by meeting with our board in a meeting coming up shortly, that's a step in the right direction. So I'm making a motion on that, and I would like a recorded vote.
Clerk Scharbach, I just want to address having the motion before us rather than before us right now versus a notice of motion. Your procedural comment, please.
And Clerk Starbuck does have a copy of it, I believe. I sent it to her earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Through Mayor Robinson, I did receive a copy of this earlier as well as a possibility. It is up to council whether or not you want to proceed with a motion or addressing the motion right now or as a notice of motion.
Thank you for that. Because we have a mover right now, Clerk Scharbach, if I ask council if they wish to deal with it as a notice of motion or on the floor, what is the best procedure for that?
I think probably the most straightforward would be if somebody wanted to address it right now, that they move that council address this motion at the present time.
I would move a point of order.
Councillor Hamilton?
So my point of order is that this was listed under items for information with a recommendation that we receive all correspondence. Just earlier in the same, we had another item which a member of council wanted to make a motion, but that's going to become a notice of motion for the next agenda. So I do think a notice of motion is more appropriate, but perhaps a second point of order would be the same member of council has already brought a motion regarding pausing the OPP costing, and that motion was defeated. So I think I think this question has been asked and answered. So I don't think it's an appropriate motion before council.
Well, thank you for your inquiry. Clerk Sharbuck, to the, so we've heard from one member of council about perhaps it should be a notice of motion for the next meeting, but just in terms of her second inquiry, would you be able to comment on that?
As far as our procedural bylaw goes, the mayor would have to make a ruling on the point of order. So the first point of order, it is the procedural bylaw allows for a motion if the majority of council agrees to addressing it right now. If that motion isn't passed, then as far as our procedural bylaw goes, it would be notice of motion. So one of those two things has to happen. As far as the second point of order, that it was addressed, I'm not sure. It's up to you, Mayor Robinson, to rule on that. It is specifically addressing the petition as new information. So that's up to you to make a ruling on that point of order as well.
All right, thank you for your procedural comments. So for the first part, I would, with regard to the motion that's been moved by Councillor Hutchinson, I would be looking for a motion from council in terms of moving ahead with the motion to address this evening, or one to have it as a notice of motion for the next meeting. So council, if you could determine the way to proceed with this. So I'm looking, as the clerk said, how council wishes to address this. Councillor Shea.
And just to begin, sorry for my absence, something drew me away.
Okay.
I would move that this be considered a notice of motion and brought to the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Clerk Sharbuck, could you just determine if the language is appropriate for this motion at this time from Councillor Shea?
To your worship, Councillor Shea moved that the proposed motion be addressed as a notice of motion on the next agenda.
Are you fine with the language, Councillor Shea?
If the clerk is, yes.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Okay, Clerk Sharbuck, I will now call the vote, but first, is there any clarity on the motion at hand? Councillor Hutchinson, do you have your hand up for this motion at this time?
No, just that according to our procedures, it can be raised as a direct motion. And that's what I was asking for, is a direct motion. But if we put it off until next meeting, that's fine. I'm just basically asking to put things on pause based on the number of moving parts that we have going on here. So thank you.
Okay, so I'm just dealing with the motion to either deal with it now or at the next council meeting. Clerk Sharbuck, to Councillor Hutchinson's inquiry, it would be appropriate to deal with it either today or at this meeting or at the next council meeting. Is that correct?
Mayor Robinson, as I noted, the procedure bylaw allows council to bring forward a motion at this meeting, but there is a motion to allow it, right? So a majority of council needs to vote, yes, we want to hear this motion right now. We want to deal with it right now. Then we go to the motion at hand. So at this point in time, Councillor Shea has moved and Councillor Townsend has seconded a motion that says they'd rather not do that. They'd rather see it as a notice of motion at the next meeting.
Okay,
So
and I will be.
That's what's on the floor right now.
Thank you, and I apologize for anticipating you were done. I appreciate that. I will be asking for a recorded vote on this. Councillor Townsend, to the motion at hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to advise, the only reason I asked for it to be deferred to as a notice of motion is that if you go through the actual data, which I did, if you look at the one for the electronic, out of 1,287 people, 590 at best would qualify as being West Grey. I have not had the chance because it's very difficult to read the handwritten, partially because of the copy, partially because of the way people write, I guess. So I think it's a good idea if people have not done that, that we do and we understand exactly what's there. On the handwritten one, I can tell you there are people that have signed every place it was at. So it's not just they signed it once, they signed it everywhere. So I think it's important to understand the numbers as well and take that time. And I would like that time, to be honest, to be able to do that properly, as I did with the electronic, because it was easy to read. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions with regard to this motion? All right, Clerk Sherbeck, over to you for a recorded vote.
Moved by Councillor Shay, seconded by Councillor Townsend, that the proposed motion be addressed as a notice of motion. On our next agenda, Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
I'm looking for clarification, Clerk Sherbeck. If vote no, does that mean that the motion will not be put forward on the next agenda, or will it be for to be addressed on this agenda? You know what? Forget it. Pardon me. I'll withdraw that question, and I will say I'll vote in favor of it. Thank you. And I apologize to be colloquial at this time. So my motion or my vote is in favor.
Councillor Shay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hamilton?
Excuse me, yes.
Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
In favor.
Councillor Hutchinson?
Not in favor.
And that motion is carried.
Thank you. We're now dealing with the 10.2.7 Regional Municipality of York, Town of Aurora, request to dissolve Ontario Land Tribunal, in brackets OLT. Does council wish to do anything with this information item? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for staff, and I think is probably suitable for CAO, and that is, how does planning staff or staff in general feel about the OLT? Is it like supportive? Is it disruptive? Is it in the way? And would it be better without it? Because I think they're the ones that deal with it on a sort of hands-on approach, and I think it'd be good to get that input. Thank you.
Well, let's get a question, your question answered. I'll start with Madam CAO and see whether we need to involve other staff, including our planner, beginning with Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and excuse me, thank you, Councillor Townsend. I know that our planner is in the meeting tonight, so perhaps we could go directly to Ms. Spencer for her perspective.
Certainly. Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. From a planning perspective, we have to remember that the resolution forwarded by the Town of Aurora is in a different case scenario than the municipality of West Grey. They speak directly within that motion with respect to the province approving their official plan, which as a lower tier municipality is not the case for us. We don't get into the kind of very involved applications that the OLT, formerly the board, would have seen in the past, unless they're related to an aggregate operation as generally, or some sort of a water taking resource. In the past, I haven't had an experience where I found the OLT to be difficult to deal with or unfair and unjust. I think it's actually a great way to have the components of a bipartisan person who's standing up from the outside looking in, and they're not a local individual who's probably a little bit more emotionally invested in application. But from a planning perspective, my professional opinion is that dissolving the OLT is not something to be supported. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
I just want to comment, that was my suspicion, but I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Any other comments on this matter, Council? Clerk Sharbuck, to the recommendation then, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that council hereby receives all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, I saw your hand. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, are you there?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. We're moving on to item 11, staff reports. 11.1, corporate and community initiatives officer. 11.1.1, community services agreement re Elephant Thoughts Summer Camp Program 2022. Recognizing that Councillor Townsend has identified a conflict of interest. Clerk Sharbuck, to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council receives the report Community Services Agreement, RE Elephant Thoughts Summer Camp Program 2022 for information, and that council consider approval of the bylaw containing the Community Services Agreement during the bylaw portion of the meeting.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson and seconder Councillor Hamilton. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 5. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to item 11.2, Manager of Planning and Development. 11.2.1, request for purchase of municipal property in brackets, Emmerman Glen, end of bracket. Clerk Sharbuck, to the recommendation.
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council receive Planner Spencer's report and that the lands be declared surplus and that council direct staff to commence the disposal of the land process.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder? Councillor Hergert. Questions on the motion? Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I guess our planners had an opportunity to look at this piece of land. It seems sort of unusual that there's a piece of property with a house or cottage or something on it that's been there, and now they want to access it through a road allowance. So it's a little bit of an unusual situation. Maybe the planner can maybe clarify how this has come about. It sounds like something that's probably happened in the past, and now presumably they're the only ones using this road allowance, I guess. Does the planner have any information on that?
Let's find out. Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. That is the case. This is a very unique property in that it's entirely landlocked. Going west from Highway 6 and east of Concession 2. Based on the property information that I've reviewed in consultation also with a title search, is that this property was created in a very unique circumstance under different planning policy. It wouldn't be created today in this manner for obvious reasons, as I've stated in my report with respect to the open and maintained road access component. So only a portion of this property is actually, if you see in the agenda, you'll see the red line in the, I believe it's the 4th attachment to the report that shows the red portion of the line. And it actually is not being used by anyone else at this point in time, and it's definitely under the ownership of the municipality of West Grey. Normally, I wouldn't recommend that a lot of that nature be created in this day and age, but it is an existing condition and it has been historically used by this individual to gain access to their property. So it makes sense to take away the liability component from the municipality's perspective and have them utilize the road and have it under their ownership. I'm happy to elaborate further. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor?
Okay. So I'm just curious, so they're the ones come forward. What about the people adjacent to that property? Do they have an opportunity to bid on that? We'll be putting it out for a tender, will we?
Planner Spencer.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. That is correct. So the disposal of lands bylaw does require that all adjacent landowners are notified of the potential for that property to be put for sale. So they'll have an opportunity, should they wish to provide a bid to tender toward the property, they may do so. In this circumstance, it would appear the most practical reason, and council has the discretion to choose which one of the tenders as received they choose to see the most appropriate for the use of the lands.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? Does any member of council need the motion read again? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. We're now on to 11.3, interim Director, Infrastructure and Public Works. 11.3.1, load restriction bylaw. Clerk Sherbeck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council receives the report load restriction bylaw and that council considers the load restriction bylaw in the bylaw portion of the agenda.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, questions with regard to the motion at hand, members of council? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you to Director Glazier. Just wondering, Mr. Glazier, if we have taken this any further into the load restrictions and started to add this into some of our infrastructure, i.e. some of our bridges that are affected by overweight. I think this it does tie in quite nicely, and I think that's something we need to be looking at as we move forward.
Director Glazier.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Deputy Mayor Hutchison, yes, very good point. The fact that the previous bylaw allowed certain carriers to illegally, I'm going to say it, not conform to the Highway Traffic Act was a bit disturbing to me, and that the fees collected, there was a actual problem with the sort of overall management of that previous bylaw. I wanted to clean it up to make it simple and easier for our own department to look after and provide, in some ways, look at enforcement opportunities in a much more viable process.
Anything further, Deputy?
Just one quick follow-up. I really like where this is going. The other thing that I know there's been dramatic improvements in the last few years, and that's the frequencies on when we're going out to start working on the maintenance of the roads. That's one of the challenges we have with the load restrictions and the bylaws is getting out and working on the roads, because it seems like you're constantly chasing of an ongoing problem, and that's more of the gravel roads that we have. So I think that's where a lot of this I see coming in, and then how you're going to set up getting out and minimizing the cost that the municipality has to keep the roads up to standard with, again, overweights going down the road. So I think everything's starting to come together. It was more of a comment than a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? Does anyone need the motion read again? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. 11.4, Director of Administration and Clerk. 11.4.1, Restricted Acts of Council, lame duck periods. Clerk Sherbeck to the recommendation.
To your Mayor, the recommendation is that council receives the report, Restricted Acts of Council, lame duck periods, and the council hereby directs the clerk to prepare the necessary bylaw for consideration at the April 5th, 2022 council meeting, delegating authority if West Grey Council becomes a lame duck as per section 275 of the Municipal Act.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, and seconder, Councillor Townsend. Questions on the motion at hand? Seeing none. Does anyone need the, as in terms of council, anyone need the motion read again? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Item 12, questions. In accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, members may request clarification or updates on previous agenda items. Is there anything on this item? Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I was curious if we could have an update from the planner regarding the official plan and its status at Grey County, when our council may take up the items that, pardon me, that would be reflected in our own official plan. So just an update from the planner as to the official plan and where we're at.
Planner Spencer.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So the document is currently out for review by commenting agencies, and no comments at this point in time have been received. So once those comments are compiled, there will be the consultation process, obviously, with council, in addition to the public consultation process for members of the public to comment on the official plan as it applies to Durham and Neustadt.
Okay. I do want to go to other members of council. What is your follow-up question, Councillor Hergert?
So do we have a timeline on when that may happen, Planner Spencer?
Anything further on that, Planner Spencer?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I would recommend that that's something that would be coming forward in the next 8 weeks, 8 to 10 weeks, something of that nature. But it just depends on workload and comments coming back from agencies at this point.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you, Mayor. To the CAO, I brought forward a recommendation some time ago to look at strategies that we could adopt to encourage the removal of outdated, or I would say delinquent business signs that are confusing to the public and visitors. It was recommended that that be sent to economic development for consideration. I believe it's been there and been considered there. And I just wonder where it has been left. And if there's any way that we could possibly get these outdated and confusing signs removed before homecoming next year.
Madam CAO.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you, Councillor Shea. Yes, you're correct. That item has been taken to that committee. I'll rely on Ms. Spencer as well to assist here. I believe that we were intending on incorporating some of that options in our CIP in the way of design guidelines or in our economic development strategic plan. Ms. Spencer, is there something that something further that you can add to that?
Certainly, Planner Spencer.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. So the issue with respect to physically removing the signs from an individual private property, it poses some legal issues relative to our right to be able to do so, and the determination of what those signs for former businesses look like, and whether or not they can be repurposed. We have had this discussion, though, whether or not the ability for that current property owner, we can encourage them certainly to emphasize the fact they can get those funds from the community improvement plan to replace the signage or remove the signage as part of that improvement to their property. So that still exists and needs to be promoted. So once the budget is passed and we can be allocating some of those community improvement plan funds, then that point in time will be where we can promote this a little bit further. We did have a very soft start with the CIP last year, but it was very successful. And I think if we can promote the use of those funds for either the replacement or removal of derelict signage would be a bonus to certainly the look of the town for the homecoming.
Anything further, Councillor Shea?
No, that's very encouraging. Just curious, you said we would encourage owners to possibly access funds to do this. Who would be doing that encouraging, if I may?
Councillor Planner Spencer, would that be coming forward in the report?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So what that would be is how we promote the community improvement plan itself. So like, as I said before, we did a very soft launch. So it would come from staff through various methods of promoting it on the website. Word of mouth, obviously, is the way it worked really well last year for the municipality, but it would be the promotion of that factor and making the information user-friendly and aware so that people do understand the program is there. But I do think there's a lot more individuals that have shown interest already in this year related to that it will travel very quickly. And I guess my only fear would be that we might run out of funds again like we did last year.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Townsend.
If I may.
What is it, Councillor Shea, please?
I was just going to ask, would it be appropriate to ask staff to identify the derelict signs in, say, for example, Durham, and to reach out to those individual property owners?
Well, this is just an update point here. It's just for updates on issues or agenda items. So we'll, it could be so noted, but we'll anticipate the report coming forward. All right, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to, if I could get an update on the Garrett-Frexit Bridge process and get some comments on whether or not it will be, it will not disrupt the 2022 Durham homecoming festivities.
Director Glazier.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Townsend, just an FYI, so that bridge tender just recently went out. In communication with, I have met with C.O. Johnson and Cody Hewitt, and I apologize, Cody, I forgot your title. But regardless, met with both of these individuals regarding how the bridge is going to proceed with the effects on what it's going to do in the community. Right now, at this point, we don't have a timeline. We have a finished timeline, but we didn't put a start completion because we've left it open for contractor to make it fit his schedule. Having said that, the road is not going to be closed. Garrett-Frexit Street will remain open, but it'll be diverted traffic into, so there's good, the bridge is going to be closed into doing half segments, if you understand what I'm saying. The bridge is wide enough to support 2 lanes of traffic on one side, on each side. So there won't be a disruption of flow or traffic through the downtown core. So having said that, there could be a very strong possibility because of the length and duration of the project. It's going to take approximately 2 months is the estimate to complete that work, that it will possibly interfere with the Durham homecoming. It won't interfere, but it will be, the project is going to be happening during, possibly during that time. There could be a possibility the contractor comes in and says we're not starting till after. All we can do is work with that contractor to minimize the effects of what it's going to do on the community, namely the little pool that's directly below the bridge. In my discussions with Mr. Hewitt, is that we were going to work with the contractor to minimize the effects of the pool closure and try and maintain at least disruption to our community as possible is the goal.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council that has a question? Councillor Shea, I note that your hand is still up. Okay, I'm going to take that as a leftover. Thank you very much. We're moving now on to item 13, bylaws. 13.1, bylaw 14-2022, 2022 to 2023 water and sewer bylaw. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation, please.
Mayor Robinson, just a note that the recommendation is corrected to reflect the appropriate bylaw. And I did advise council earlier that there seemed to be some confusion between this bylaw and other related bylaws. The 2007 bylaw does stand in force and effect. and it takes priority over anything in this bylaw. So what's been changed is the very last sentence in section 11 that says it's basically been reduced to say that the 2021 bylaw has been repealed, and that's it, and stops there. So the recommendation is that bylaw 14-2022, being a bylaw to regulate the distribution and use of water and the use of sewer system, fix prices and time of payment, establish and impose water and sewage rates and times for payment, and to require mandatory connections to municipal water and sanitary sewage works for Newstead and Durham be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, questions on the motion? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. My question is, if people are not connected, and I know we have some in the municipality, are they going to be charged the minimum charge equal to what someone who doesn't use beyond the minimum charge? Or is there additional fees on top of that? Thank you.
Director Mighton?
Thank you. Through Madam Mayor, the fees would be as noted in the bylaw. So there's not the rates for the refuse to connect and the rates for the unable to connect are equivalent.
Follow up, Madam Mayor?
Certainly.
Is that also equal to the minimum charge of someone who doesn't use beyond, or is it beyond that?
Director Mighton?
I believe it says in the bylaw, it's the minimum charge, I think, in the bylaw.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
Yeah, it's as stated in the bylaw. Yeah, that's how we will enforce it.
Thank you.
Any further questions, members of council? Members of council. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate with a raised hand. So, Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. 13.2 bylaw 15-2022 budget bylaw. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that bylaw 15-2022, being a bylaw to adopt the estimates of revenues and expenditures for the year 2022, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, and seconder Councillor Hutchinson. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
6. Those opposed? 6 members of council voted in favor of the motion. 1 member of council voted against the motion. The motion is carried. 13.3 bylaw 16-2022 shared service summer day camp. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 16-2022, being a bylaw to authorize a shared services agreement between the municipality of West Grey and Elephant Thoughts for the provision of a summer camp program, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, all those in favor indicate, pardon me, any questions with regard to the motion? Councillor Hamilton?
Just a comment, Mayor Robinson, just to say what great feedback we had on the summer day camp, and congratulations to staff for coordinating what looks like will be another successful camp. So feeling proud. I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the clarity of the motion, members of council? Councillor Hergert?
Quick comment is that I would also like to applaud staff for the partnerships that they've created in order to bring this to fruition again a second year. So accolades to staff.
I'm looking forward to going out to the site again. It was quite enjoyable. So all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried, recognizing Councillor Townsend had a conflict of interest on that item. We are now on 13.4 bylaw, 17-2022, reduced load period. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 17-2022, being a bylaw to establish a reduced load restriction period on municipal roads, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Questions on the motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
I'm just curious about the date in this. It says that February 15th shall be the start and May 10th shall be the end. Presumably, since we're past February 15th, I presume there's some kind of carryover from year to year, so that obviously this must be in effect even though we haven't passed the bylaw. Maybe can our director just speak to that?
I think what I'd like to do is have the clerk respond first. Clerk Scharbeck. Just in terms of the bylaw composition for the dates?
Yes, through you, Mayor Robinson. Yes, the former bylaw would have been in place up until this moment, up until the new bylaw is passed. So whatever dates were set in the previous bylaw would be in force and effect right up through and including today. Moving forward, these would be the outset time periods, and it would be up to at the director's discretion to change or shorten or extend or suspend those restricted loads depending on weather conditions and road conditions that may vary from year to year. If it's not necessary to have load, then the Director of Public Works would have that discretion within the bounds of these outer limits of the time frame, if that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Director Glazer, was there anything further to add? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. No,
Okay.
Clerk Scharbeck said it beautifully.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, members of council? All those in favor then of the motion indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. 13.5, bylaw 18-2022, zoning amendment 360 Garifraxis Street North, Town of Durham, Fogle. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 18-2022, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 37-2006 for property known as 360 Garifraxis Street North, Town of Durham, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, questions on the motion? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. 6, Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
So that is 7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. 13.6, bylaw 19-2022, zoning amendment 314746, Highway 6, Township of Bentic, Hagedorn. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 19-2022, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 37-2006 for property known as 314746, Highway 6, Township of Bentic, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. 13.7, bylaw 20-2022, zoning amendment, concession 1 WGR, division 1 and 2, part lot 32, Township of Normanby, H by construction. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 20-2022, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 37-2006 for property known as concession 1 WGR, division 1 and 2, part lot 32, Township of Normanby, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, questions on the motion? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Could I just check in with your planner? I think this was one during our public meeting yesterday that the planner indicated a little bit more work was going on in the background before we move forward with the bylaw, but perhaps I'm mistaken. So I just wanted to double check, please. Thank you.
Planner Spencer.
Yes, thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. This property will be subject to site plan control, but this is not the file that we spoke to yesterday at the public meeting. That file, that bylaw did not get brought forward until we have those other issues resolved, but it will be brought forward at a future meeting date.
Perfect, thank you.
Any further questions, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. 13.8, bylaw 21-2022, zoning amendment, part lots 8 and 9, concession 9, Township of Glenelg, Wren. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, the recommendation is that bylaw 21-2022, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 37-2006 for property known as part lots 8 and 9, concession 9, Township of Glenelg, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. 13.9, bylaw 22-2022, site plan control, 378 Adams Street, Village of Neustadt, Harper Homes, Inc. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Excuse me. The recommendation is that bylaw 22-2022, site plan control, being a bylaw to authorize entering a site plan control agreement with Harper Homes, Inc. be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. 13.10, bylaw 23-2022, site plan control, 013641, Bruce Road, Bruce Road 10, Township of Bentic, de Block. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 23-2022, being a bylaw to authorize entering a site plan control agreement with Brandon and Jennifer de Block, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. 13.11, bylaw 24-2022, sale of land to 1993934 Ontario Inc., 5 Park Street. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that bylaw 24-2022, being a bylaw to authorize the sale of municipal land to 1993934 Ontario Inc., be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. 13.12, bylaw 25-2022, modernization transfer payment agreement intake 3. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 25-2022, being a bylaw to authorize entering into a transfer payment agreement with the province of Ontario, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton. Questions on the motion? Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I was hopeful that our CAO could explain what this is in layman's terms and be able to advise how this fits into our strategic plan.
Clerk Scharbeck to the inquiry. No, actually, pardon me, I'm going to go to Madam CAO. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson and Councillor Hergert. If I may, I would like the opportunity to have the treasurer speak to this because she's got these all in order because we've been successful with a few of these grants lately. Thank you.
Sounds very good. Over to you, Director Mighton.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So this modernization intake 3 is for implementation of a 1-year records intern, and it builds on the organization plan that we completed, or the organization strategic plan review that we did in intake 2. So this is the implementation stage, and we received the funding for part of the 75% of the 1-year intern position for records. So this will help us to compile old documents, get them scanned and in a format that's searchable and able to be uploaded to the website, and build that whole records management, or help sort of get that built in.
And if I might just finish with a comment. Yes, thank you very much, Director Mighton. I am very appreciative that, here's a need that we had in our community. Here was money available, and I appreciate staff going and getting that money and being able to bring it back for better transparency of our records. So I really do appreciate that we will have this grant money and that it is for a limited internship, and the work will be completed, and really the public will be able to see the progress. So thank you very much, staff.
Is there anything further from members of council in terms of clarity on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. 13.13, bylaw 26-2022, confirming the proceedings of council. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 26-2022, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to item 14, new business. The next two items, 14.1 and 14.2, are notices of motion that I'm bringing forward. So at this time, I would like to transfer the chair to the deputy mayor, and then I will resume the chair on 14.3. Over to you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So we will move on to 14.1, and that's a notice of motion from Mayor Robinson. Mayor Robinson, will you be moving that motion?
Yes, and I would like to read it.
Go ahead, please.
So on 14.1, notice of motion, police building condition assessment, moved by Mayor Robinson. The staff provide a report regarding the building condition assessment of the current West Grey Police Services building. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Is there a seconder, please? Councillor Hutchinson. Comments or questions from council? Oh, one moment. I do need to go to the recommendation first, then I'll go for the comments or questions. Apologize. And Mayor Robinson, go ahead.
Thank you. So I will ask for a recorded vote on this. We had the building, there was a council resolution to pause the construction of the West Grey Police Services building, and that was based on the OPP costing coming back, and also the West Grey Police Services building plan, business plan coming back. Two documents that are not contingent on the condition of the building. The building is in a condition, and it has been for some time, that it does need to be constructed, and I stand by that comment. It is a building that needs to be built right away, and quite frankly, the shovel should be in the ground this spring, but that is not the case so far. I'm asking for a report that addresses the current building condition. I think council has been updated all the time. It's time for another update, and I think it is prudent to have this information before council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I do see Councillor Townsend's hand up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if there is an assessment on file and when it was done, and I'm not sure who would have that information.
CEO Johnson.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I know that there have been a few inspections done on this building. The building condition assessment report, however, it would be a different level of work. I would work with the CBO to see how that work could get done, because we're looking at things more than just the suitability of the building for the purpose of it. It would require some engineering expertise for sure, and I believe we don't have that.
Follow up, Councillor Townsend.
The reason I ask is I'm not sure whether or not, if we haven't done one, like we've taken actions, I guess, over the past couple of years, and that may be pre this term as well. I'm not sure, because we don't have those records. At least council doesn't at this point. I don't object to having it done. I'm just wondering if we could also know what's been done to kind of deal with the condition of the building over time as well, as part of that scope. It's not to delay it or any way sort of interfere with it, but I think by the same token, we need to understand what work, if any. I should put that qualification in there. So I would just like to move an amendment that we include in that work, or in that motion, to actually understand what work has been done to deal with any and all issues within that building, and make it so that it's that or other action to make it so the working environment that people are in is better than maybe displayed just through the assessment of the building itself.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend. I am going to go to Clerk Sharbeck to see, because that was quite a bit, to see if she's captured it. Maybe can read it back.
Yep.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I did not capture that. So respectfully, Councillor Townsend, if you could help me with that the main motion be amended to include
Providing a summary of the actions taken to either improve the current building or to really relocate staff and or equipment, or any other action to improve the working condition and area for the police services.
One sec there. That the main motion be amended to include a summary of actions taken to improve the current building or relocate staff and equipment. And then can you help me out past that point again?
Sure, to improve the working environment or location of equipment.
To improve the working environment or location of equipment.
The environment for the equipment.
Oh, sorry, that the main motion be amended to include a summary of actions taken to improve the current building or relocate staff and equipment to improve the working environment and location of equipment.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck. Anything further, Councillor Townsend? I do need to get a seconder for that amending motion.
No, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So be looking for a seconder on that amending motion. You see Councillor Hergert seconding that. And I do believe it's recorded vote, so I will need to go to call this vote. Go ahead, Councillor Hergert. You see your hand.
Thank you very much. I was just trying to get my electronic hand, so I appreciate that, Chair Hutchison. I also would like to bring an amendment to this notice of motion, that we not only look at the police service building, but as council, we are to also look at the fire building that we provide a location for, and the library or libraries, because we're so fortunate to have 3 buildings, that we would obtain a building condition assessment on the West Grey Police Service Building, West Grey Fire, as well as the libraries, and both, let's say all the fire locations, right? So we have one in Ayton as well.
If I may, Councillor Hurd, I just want for clarity through Clerk Sharbeck, is that going outside of the motion that's on the, because we're speaking specifically about the police building? If I could just ask Clerk Sharbeck for some input on that, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm just wondering, is this an amendment to the main motion or an amendment to the amending motion? Because there is an amendment moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by you, Councillor Hergert, that the main motion be amended to include a summary of actions taken, etc. So are you wishing for that amending motion to be addressed and then the main motion be amended a second time? Or
yes,
would you
please.
that
Is what I'm looking for. Yes,
okay. So can we put this one on pause until the first one is? Okay, perfect.
Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck. That's kind of where I was going. Okay, so this is the amended motion that's on the table now, and we do have a recorded vote as requested by Mayor Robinson. So I will go over to Clerk Sharbeck for that.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I just want to clarify, Mayor Robinson, that you called for a recorded vote on the amending motion as well.
I will be calling, thank you, I will be calling for a recorded vote on the amendment and on the main motion.
Okay, so on the amending motion, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hergert. Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Point of order, please. Deputy, point of order, please. I would like the amending motion read again, please.
Okay. Through you, Deputy Mayor, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hergert, that the main motion be amended to include a summary of actions taken to improve the current building or relocate staff and equipment to improve the working environment or the location of the equipment. And Mayor Robinson has called for a recorded vote. Starting with Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Townsend?
In favor.
And Councillor Hutchinson?
In favor.
And that amendment is carried. So I believe now, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, we're back to Councillor Hergert's amendment.
Yes, and then back, and just for clarity, Mayor Robinson, you like this whole topic or on a recorded vote?
Yes, I'll ask for a recorded vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, just so I know where you're going with that. All right, go ahead, Councillor Hergert.
Yes.
So this is an amendment to the main motion now again, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that staff report would also include that staff provide a report regarding the building condition assessment of the current West Grey Police Service building, fire buildings, and library buildings.
Okay, Clerk Sherback, if I could get you to read that, and then I'll be looking for a seconder, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Just to clarify, Councillor Hergert, that the main motion, sorry, I have the amendment, that the main motion be amended to include that staff also include in the report building assessment information for West Grey Police Building, fire buildings, and library buildings. Is that
capture it, Councillor Hergert?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I get a seconder for that, please? Amending motion. Councillor Townsend, and then I do see Councillor Hutchinson's virtual hand up. So we have that. Councillor Townsend is seconding that, Clerk Sherback. And go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'm sort of curious. I think we're really getting into asset management plan here, are we not? Like, could that not be done through our asset management plan other than we're sort of throwing it out there and getting people working on something that maybe gets covered later on anyways? It seems like more work for our staff and maybe they don't need more work right now. Can we not do that through the asset management plan? Maybe some of our staff can speak to that. I'm not sure.
CEO Johnson, would you have a response to that one?
Thank you, Deputy, and I will take a stab at that, Councillor Hutchinson. Yes, asset management will provide some of this detail, but what I'm hearing that Council is wishing to learn about is much more in-depth information than what we would be planning for in the way of maintenance for these buildings. And in fact, you're asking for a report that will require expertise that staff simply don't have. So when we report back, we will include what it would take to meet this this direction of Council, and we can determine from that point perhaps the best way to dice it up and start working on it.
Thank you, CEO Johnson. Follow up, Councillor Hutchinson.
Well, so what I'm hearing, it sounds like we're going to need an engineer's report eventually on some of these buildings, which to me, it still can be incorporated into our asset management plan. But I guess if we get started on it, then we've got that much done and going forward. I'm not sure if we have the staff to do it right now, though. But I guess that's up for the CEO to decide.
Thank you. I do see Councillor Townsend, sorry, then Mayor Robinson, and then it'd be Councillor Hamilton. So go ahead, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seconded it to get it on the table, but I would like to see the full building of police and fire in Durham would make sense to do while you're there. But I think the others are distinct and separate. And I think it might delay getting the results of the inspection of the police building, number one. And number two, it's not related. So if the mover is willing to accommodate that comment and revise the motion to only do that one building, which does include the fire, then I would be able to support it. But I can't support it going outside of the scope of that one building. To me, it just doesn't make sense to try to take on more than you need at this time. Thank you.
So you're asking the mover just to change it a little bit. We're not putting an amendment in, right?
I'm asking if the mover would be willing to do that, yes.
Okay, and Councillor Hergert?
May I hear the comments and then I would respond to them all at the same time, please? I'll consider.
Councillor Townsend, if you could read that, and then what I may do is just go over to Clerk Scharbeck for clarity, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Hergert. How's that?
Sir, are you waiting for me to clarify that?
Like if we're going to determine if it's an amending on an amendment again, but if you could just tell us what you want. I heard a few things, and Clerk Scharbeck's going to just kind of write it down, and then we'll go back to Councillor Hergert just to see if that works with her as the mover.
Okay, I was trying to avoid getting into amendments again and just ask if the mover would actually change her amendment to only include the Durham Fire that's attached to the Durham or West Grey Police Services building and not the rest. And if she's willing to do that, fine. If not, I would make that amendment.
Okay, Councillor Hergert?
At this time, I'm actually not willing to reduce that or withdraw my amendment. If I may continue, or does that satisfy the question that was posed?
Point of order. Question asked, question answered. So Councillor Townsend has responded, and Deputy Mayor, I hope you would recognize me as the next speaker.
Yeah, I was going there. Go ahead, Mayor Robinson.
I will move an amendment to the amendment and have it that the condition assessment for the building be for the West Grey Police Service, as well as the fire portion of the building. That is my amendment, and I would hope that there would be a seconder for that amendment. Thank you very much. And a recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Clerk Scharbeck, could you please read that amendment? Then I'll be looking for a seconder on that one.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is moved by Mayor Robinson. Let me just catch up on my notes here. Amending the second amendment. So just to be clear, Mayor Robinson, you'd like the amending motion to be amended by stating that the condition assessment, the building assessment be for the West Grey Police Building and the Durham Fire Services Building. And that the other fire buildings and library buildings not be included.
That's correct. I'm just looking for the West Grey Police Services building and the West Grey Fire Department, the building that's adjoined there. I want to keep focused on the task at hand, and I think this is the appropriate way to do it. We can deal with the other buildings at another time, but I just don't want to get unfocused, and I want to demonstrate that there is an intent to have the building condition done on the building. That is my amending motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I will be looking for a seconder on that. And Councillor Townsend, your hand's up. You'll be seconding that motion, amending motion.
Yes, I will.
Okay, now I believe Councillor Hamilton was next in line to speak. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I don't know what we mean by building condition assessment. I don't know what the cost is. And so I perhaps I'll ask our staff if they have clarity about what that means. Perhaps it's a technical term I'm not familiar with, but could staff, if staff can, please let me know what this involves and at what cost? Or is that perhaps something that you would need time to investigate and report back to council. So just checking in. Thank you.
Leo Johnson, would that be something CBO Shipwreck might want to respond to, or do you want to take that one?
Through Deputy Mayor, I'll take part of it, and I would appreciate the opportunity for our CBO to also comment. I'll take the second part of Councillor Hamilton's inquiry. If staff would prefer to have the option to report back on what this actually means, and including any expense, any costs, absolutely. That is where we would have to start in any case. But thank you for putting that on the table. If Mr. Shipwreck can give his comments on what a building condition assessment typically would mean or include, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, CBO Shipwreck, and welcome. And you are muted, sir.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now? All right. Yes, a building condition assessment would done by a qualified firm or an engineering firm. The ones I've seen in the past, they're detailed. They provide a detailed report on every component of the building, starting from the foundation, the exterior walls, cladding, looking at roof condition, and they would provide, they would say, for example, say the roof is such and such a type, and based on their information, it would probably require to be repaired for X number of dollars in 6 years. Maybe it would say, the roof would need a 100% replacement in 10 years, those types of things. And it provides just a detailed analysis of every component of the building. Like I said, it's not just structural. It would, and then it would talk about the heating, ventilation, any mold or dust contaminants, things like that, water infiltration. They may talk about, just even, electronic equipment, if it's required. If we're talking about the police station, for example, it might get into requirements for security cameras and whether they do or do not meet current legislation, things like that. That's why if we're talking about the police services building, it will be a very specific company or engineering firm that would be required to do this type of assessment, because it would be a company that would have to have full knowledge of legislation pertaining to police services and not jail, housing and transportation of criminals, and how even ammunition is supposed to be stored, and evidence and how it's supposed to be stored. All those things that would be taken into consideration, and how we're currently doing it, whether it meets legislation or not, and a recommendation on how to fix it, or whether it can or can't be fixed in the current location. So it will be a very detailed report. I can't comment on costs at this point. That's not something I would know off the top of my head, but it's something that we can look into.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That helps tremendously. Thank you. And so I guess I'm just puzzling a little bit. Like, we seem to be getting into operations. Like, council wouldn't direct staff to go to point to a bridge and go, that bridge over there, can you come back with a conditions assessment? We rely on our staff as the landlords of these buildings to be maintaining them and to report back to council if there is a concern. So I'm a little worried that we're crossing over into territory that's isn't really for council to go to. Instead, I'd be waiting for a recommendation from staff for them to indicate that they believe that this kind of assessment's required. So I'm a little bit concerned about the motion as it stands right now. But thank you, staff, for that information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I take that as, I didn't really hear a question. I'm going to take that more as a comment. And I do see Councillor Hergert, and it'll be followed by Mayor Robinson. And I'm going to go to Clerk Charbot to call the amending recorded vote, please. So, Councillor Hergert, please.
Thank you. I'm going to voice the same concerns as Councillor Hamilton has just brought forward. We have very qualified staff, chief building official. If there was any concern with our buildings, I'm sure that this council would be made aware of those concerns, either by the tenants, being the police service, those same staff look after all of our buildings. So when there was a question earlier about would we look at the fire department in Ayton to make sure that that building is absolutely up to standards, all legislation, everything, not getting specific on one building, but that we have several assets that need to be maintained. And if there was any concern by staff, those I imagine would be brought forward. That's their responsibility. It's not part of asset management plan. It does sound that the building condition assessment will go far beyond the asset management planning. This will require a budget. We have no idea how much. I did not see that reflected in the police service board budget as maintenance. That is council's responsibility to provide a building. So we've just passed the budget. How much money was in there for renovations to buildings, or where would any budget money come from to support a building condition assessment? My concern is that we have a very qualified individual as our chief building official that we already pay. And if there were concerns on any of our buildings, those would be brought forward, I'm sure. To that point, I take the West Grey Police Service building and the fire building as one building proper, and I do not mind the amendment, but I think that if we're going to get specific on one building, we should be specific on all of our buildings. And that may cost a budget number that we have not budgeted for this year. So if there were concerns, I'm sure staff would bring those forward. And I have a deep respect for staff and their responsibilities, and that they will provide that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hergert. I see there's a response from CBO Shipwreck. Then I'm going to go to, and your hand's still up there, Councillor Hergert. Then I'm going to go to Mayor Robinson for closing comments, and I'm going to go to Clerk Sharbeck to get the vote, because we need to watch our time here as well. Thank you. CBO Shipwreck.
Yes, thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to, I believe that the Police Services Board and the police chief specifically have made council aware multiple times that the building that they are working in and the condition does not meet current legislation, does not meet minimum requirements for multiple acts, and that council is aware of that situation. So I just want to be perfectly clear that that information has been brought forward to council before, and that is why the Police Services Board and Police Services in West Grey are looking for a new building and have been looking for a new building for, well, 4 or 5 years now.
Thank you, CBO Shipwreck. Mayor Robinson, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, and I appreciate the comments by our CBO Shipwreck. It's imperative that this building assessment, building condition assessment be done. Council, we have a building that has over time is no longer useful. Council is completely aware of that. We were on track in 2019 for the building. We were on track overall. It is important that we do the condition assessment, and I think it's important that that information be brought forward. That is all I have to say, other than I hope council can support this motion and amending motion and motion, and certainly to remind the clerk, it is a recorded vote. And I would at this time, after the clerk speaks, put a motion forward that we deal with this item now.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Clerk Sharbeck, I did see your hand up.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to note that the only question before council at this time is an amendment to the second amending motion that the condition assessment be for the West Grey Police Building and the Durham Fire Services Building, and that the other fire buildings and library buildings be removed from the amending motion.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I would like to put a motion forward to conclude discussion and call the vote on the amending motion and the main motion. So I'm moving that motion and looking for a second.
Okay, we'll be looking for a seconder for that new motion from, and I see Councillor Hutchinson's hand up. And that's a recorded vote as well, Mayor Robinson?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So Clerk Scharbeck, I'm going to go hand it over to you now. That was moved by Mayor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson to call the vote now.
Okay, bear with me for getting into the second of the recorded votes. So, moved by Mayor Robinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. That we now call the vote. So it being recorded vote. I'll start with Councillor Hamilton. How do you vote?
No.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
No.
Is that no? Sorry.
It was no, yes.
Thank you. Mayor Robinson,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
In favor.
Councillor Shea,
No.
Councillor Hutchinson,
Could I ask if I have the motion read so that we know what we're voting on here, because I'm lost. What was it? What are we voting on?
we're voting on calling the vote on the amendment to the second amending motion. So it's just
Okay.
call the vote.
Okay, in favor. Thank you.
And Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, no.
Okay, so that motion is defeated. And we are back to the amending motion for the amending the second amendment.
Mr. Chair, a point of order.
Go ahead, Councillor Townsend.
Yes, we are about 8 or 9 minutes away from curfew. And I wonder if we could actually put a motion out there to go beyond curfew? Or do we need to clear the floor if it was already there?
I'm going to
We
go to
need to
Clerk
clear the floor.
Scharbeck for that, please. Clerk Scharbeck, we'd have to clear the floor first.
Thank you.
Yes, but we're down to the amendment.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Go ahead, Clerk Scharbeck.
I think it's important to deal with what's on the floor already. There's 3 motions on the floor now. The first one being the amending to the second amendment.
Okay. So here's where we're at. I'm going to have Clerk Scharbeck. It's a recorded vote now. There's three motions that we're going to go through here. I'm going to have Clerk Scharbeck read the motion that's before us now. If there's any comments or questions, we're going to do that. And then keep in mind, like you said, we're with the curfew here. So Clerk Scharbeck, if you could read the motion that we're voting on now, and then I'll be looking for comments or questions, and then we'll clear that one and move on to the next one. Everybody, that's what we think. Go ahead, Clerk Scharbeck. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay, we are now on we're amending the amendment. So moved by Mayor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Townsend, that the condition assessment, that the amending motion be amended by changing that the condition assessment be for the West Grey Police Services Building and the Durham Fire Services Building, and that the other fire buildings and library buildings be removed from the amending motion.
Thank you, Clerk Scharbeck. Comments or questions specific to the motion that's in front of us? None. Okay, we'll go back to Clerk Scharbeck for the recorded vote, please.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
In favor?
Mayor Robinson,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
In favor.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, no.
Councillor Hutchinson,
In favor.
Councillor Shea,
Yes.
Counselor Hamilton,
Yes.
and that motion is carried. And we are now on to the amending motion, which is, just for a brief recap, that the main motion regarding the police services building assessment be amended by including the West Gray Police Services Building and the Durham Fire Services Building.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck. Comments or questions specific to this notice of motion on the floor? Seeing none, Clerk Sharbeck, back to you for the recorded vote, please.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
In favor.
Councillor Townsend?
In favor?
Mayor Robinson?
In favor?
Councillor Shay?
Yes.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
And Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Herger, yes.
And that motion is carried. We are now back to the main motion as amended, that moved by Mayor Robinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that staff provide a report regarding the building condition assessment of the current West Gray Police Service Building and the and the Durham Fire Services Building.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck. Comments or questions to this motion? Councillor Townsend, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd like to know if it would be acceptable procedure to defer, move a motion to defer while we deal with the curfew, and then allow the proper discussion to continue.
Clerk Sharbeck.
Point of order, I believe we're dealing with the motion that's already on the floor.
That was going to Clerk Sharbeck, Mayor Robinson, for clarity. I agree with you. We have a motion on the floor, but with the curfew, I was just going to the clerk. I believe we have to finish the motion that's in front of us, is what we've always kind of had to do. So I'm just asking the clerk.
Motion to defer would also be a recorded vote. So is that what you're moving, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, please.
So regarding the main motion, that the main motion as amended be deferred. Moved by Councillor Townsend.
So we'll be looking for a seconder to defer. And I seen Councillor Hamilton's hand up as a seconder. If you got that, Clerk Sharbeck, and then I believe that would be a recorded vote as well, because it's all germane to the same topic.
So, Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Robinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Townsend?
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Shay?
Yes.
And that motion is carried.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck. Now we would be looking for a motion to go beyond curfew, I think is where we're at. And Councillor Hamilton, see your hand up, go ahead.
Also move that we go beyond curfew. Thank you.
Is there, Mayor Robinson, will you be seconding that?
Yes.
Thank you. This is not a recorded vote, so Clerk Sharbeck, if you could read the recommendation, we'll vote on that, and then we'll go back to the motion we were working on.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Mayor Robinson, that council proceeds past curfew.
All those in favor, you could raise your hand, please. I see 6 members in favor, and Councillor Shay, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. So all members are in favor of going beyond curfew. So that takes us back to the main motion on Mayor Robinson's notice of motion, and we're still on a recorded vote. And Clerk Sharback, if you could just read where we were, so because we're right back to basically where I'd just like to know where we're at. How's that sound?
Sounds good. I'll just catch up with some documents here, if you bear with me for a moment. So we've done a number of amendments and deferred. So we're back to the motion that we deferred, being the main motion as amended. And I'll just read that. That staff provide a report regarding the building condition assessment of the current West Grey Police Service Building and Durham Fire Services Building.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Sharback. Now I'll be taking comments or questions specific to this motion. And Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I would have comfort in knowing the process and the cost before committing to the building condition assessment. I really just have no idea how much it's going to cost. So I would move an amendment to the motion. So instead of saying that staff provide a report, so I would delete the first part that says that staff provide a report regarding, and instead I would write, anyway, sorry, clerk. Instead I would write that staff provide a report on the process and costs related to conducting a building condition assessment of the current West Grey Police Service Building. Did that make sense, clerk? I'm sorry, it's getting late. Please tell me if you need me to say that again.
I think the main motion, you've deleted the entire main motion. So it's not really an amendment anymore.
Oh, the whole part about a building condition assessment is there, but I'm adding a step, and the step would be that staff provide a report on the process and costs related to that. That we have this tweener step before I make a decision on something we don't know. Yeah.
So the main motion is to provide a building condition assessment report.
Right.
So you want to not do what the main motion is.
I want to add a step before that comes, but I see what you're saying, clerk, that
I'm not sure if it's a vote against the main motion and present a follow-up motion.
I see what you're saying. It's not the spirit of my motion, clerk. I am just wanting that. I just need a bit more information before I can support this motion. So I was looking just to add that step. That staff would have the time to come back and tell council how much it costs and what to expect. So if I could just clarify with our CAO, she mentioned that would be part of her process anyway. So CAO, if that's the case, and if you came back and at that point, council would have to okay the funding and okay where the funding's coming from. Is that correct? Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, Councillor Hamilton, as I read the motion, that the request is that staff provide a report regarding the building condition assessment. So we do not have this in our budget. So our first step would be to let council know what it's going to take to have that report completed. I'm not quite clear. I'll look to my clerk for a nod. I don't know that I would need a motion to do that because I can't proceed without funds. So, that's really where we are at right now. And I think our CBO has been very clear on what that kind of report would be. So I appreciate the conversation, Councillor Hamilton, just for that clarity that would be a step that staff would be required to take. So I think we're okay.
Thank you. That gives me comfort. I do not need to amend the motion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, CAO Johnson. Anything further, Councillor Hamilton? Okay. Councillor Shea, your hand is up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not really certain what the purpose of this motion is. As CEO Shiprock has indicated, we've received numerous reports indicating that the building is in dire shape. Not only we, but previous councils. This has been a well-known issue for years and years, and we need to get our officers out of that building just as soon as possible. We have gone down a path to building a new building, but we've put that on hold because we're investigating or we're receiving a costing report from the OPP, and I don't see how this study, which is going to cost money, is going to make any of that process go any faster or reach the goals that we need to reach any quicker. So I think this is just a little bit of like tokenism or some sort of show gesture. And so I don't really think I can support this at this time. So I'll just leave that for council to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And your hand is still up. And Mayor Robinson, hopefully for some closing comments, because we do have some other items to get done on the agenda here.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Chair. I do want to say that it isn't in any fashion for show. So I take exception to what Councillor Shea has said, and I would ask him to refrain from any comments going forward on that. The reason for this motion, and it is a notice of motion that has been put on the agenda, not only for council, but for our citizens to see, is that it is very important that we have a condition report on the building where we know our police officers should not be in that building. We were on a path to build a new station from 2019. We were on that path, and then we had a motion to pause the building, and that pause was based on documents that weren't related to the building. They were OPP costing and a business plan. So when we look at what this discussion has been with council in terms of wanting the information, this is exactly what we need. I want council to be very informed to this point that there are consequences when you put a building on hold. So you must have all the information before you, and I feel that this is the best approach to take. Council needs the information. When you put the building on pause, you need to be very clear the consequences for doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, I've actually been, I think, I've allowed everybody over there 2 times to speak. I will allow this 1 time, but I do want to get the vote over and called so we can move on. So go ahead, Councillor Townsend, and please be brief, sir.
I'll be as brief as I can. The first thing is that we do understand there are issues with the building. I'm wondering if there's other effort we could do to move this forward on the costing, getting the data sooner, moving forward and actually getting that resolved and done. That's where I think the first effort should be. If we can avoid spending, that would be my first choice. Again, we already heard that the community doesn't want us to spend 80,000. This is probably going to be over that. So my suggestion is there something that we can do to move forward on the costing, get to the right result, and then move forward on the building? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend. Is there any other comments or questions before I go to Clerk Scharbeck for the recorded vote? Councillor Herget, I'm asking seriously, but be brief because we all have had 2 or 3 times to speak already. Thank you.
So while council has been made aware in the past, like several years ago, of issues, those issues have been dealt with to the best of my knowledge. There was budget money put towards items to be able to bring it up to a level that was adequate for policing. And so at this moment, I am not going to be supportive of this motion. Again, great showmanship. However, if there was an issue, I believe
Point of order,
that
point of privilege. Point of privilege,
Yes, go ahead, Mayor
Chair.
Robinson.
I resent the language that is being used. It's unparliamentary. There's decorum that needs to be addressed in this council virtual chamber. I've extended a courtesy all the time, as I always do, and I expect courtesy and proper language from my council members. So I expect that not to be the language used.
So if I may just finish, Chair or Deputy Mayor?
Go ahead.
No, actually, Chair, I would like you to rule on my point of privilege, please.
And I will rule in your favor on that.
And I will challenge point of privilege.
Okay, well, I'm going to be going to Clerk Sharbeck for this one. Clerk Sharbeck?
So the chair has ruled on a point of order, and a council member has challenged that point of order. So it's a resolution of council to support the chair's ruling that the comments were out of order, or to support the challenge that they were in order.
Right. Mayor Robinson, you had a comment. I guess what I was getting to, Clerk Sharbeck, if I just may, Mayor Robinson, they would need to bring a motion forward, or would this be something that would be handled by yourself, I guess is what I was going to you for. I just wasn't clear on that procedure.
This is a motion of council to decide on the challenge.
Thank you for that clarity. Mayor Robinson, your hand's up, and I see Councillor Hutchinson's hand follows. Go ahead, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Clerk Sharbeck. It was a point of privilege because I found the statement insulting by Councillor Hergert. So okay. Does that does not require, and I'm just asking, does that require a motion of council to address that?
Then I think we'll look at the point of privilege in our procedural bylaw so that it's correct. So in section 17.8 of your procedural bylaws, it notes that when a member rises on a point of order, point of privilege, or point of personal privilege, the member shall ask leave of the chair to explain the point. After leave is granted, the member shall state the point to the chair and then remain silent until the chair has ruled upon the point. Subject to being overruled by council on a vote, which shall be taken immediately and without debate, the chair shall rule on the point. Any member may challenge the ruling of the chair immediately following the ruling. The chair's ruling is final unless it is challenged. Council's decision by vote is final if the chair is challenged. So you need to vote on the challenge.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck, and that's what my understanding was when Councillor Hergert challenged. I thought we'd have to go, and I think it does need to be a vote of council to challenge the chair, is my understanding. So does Councillor Hergert put a motion forward for that to challenge? Is the process?
Yes.
Well, you're moving that, Councillor Hergert?
Yes, I will. And if I may speak to it for a moment.
Well, we need
to get without debate.
Yeah, without debate, and I believe it would need it would need the full support of council, or, well, the majority. So you need a seconder, and then we would call the vote, correct, Clerk Sharbeck?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd be looking for a seconder, and that's seconded by Councillor Townsend. And I believe you would call the vote on this one, Clerk Sharbeck?
Record a vote, please.
Well, there's clarity on that. Recorded vote from requested by Mayor Robinson. And this is the defeat decision by the chair, I believe, is what we're voting on now.
So a recorded vote requested by the mayor. We're still on item 14.1, I believe. Moved by Councillor Herger and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that the ruling of the chair to uphold the point of privilege raised by Mayor Robinson is hereby challenged and overruled by council. Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Not in favor.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Robinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Herger?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson?
Not in favor.
So that is defeated. I'll just clarify. Councillor Townsend, your audio was a bit garbled. I had you not in favor.
That's correct.
Thank you. So that vote is defeated. The ruling of the chair stands and the point of privilege is acknowledged. So I think we are now back to the main motion as amended.
Yes, we are. And like I said, I have been keeping track. We all have had 2 to 3 times to speak. And I see there's 2 hands up. And Councillor Hergert, if it is specific to this motion and it's a very brief one, I will allow it. If it's going to be offline or off topic, we have to move on. So I'm going to allow it briefly.
Thank you. If I was out of line, as it appears my members of council have so noted, my apologies. I do believe that we have competent staff that would bring forward a recent report if the tenants of the building were unhappy with the building that council provides. So as of recently, I have not seen any complaints from the police or the tenants of the building. And so I'm relying on our competent staff to bring forward any issues with buildings that we have in West Grey every day of the week. So I do think that this was a little more. This is directing staff and it's frankly unnecessary. So I won't be supporting the notice of motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd just like to note that the CEO did say that she would be bringing back a report before we spend any money. So at this time, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, thank you. And this has been requested for a recorded vote. And I was going to Clerk Scharback anyways, because we've all had ample time to speak to it. So Clerk Scharback, it was requested a recorded vote by Mayor Robinson. So the floor is yours. Go ahead, please.
Okay, through you, Deputy Mayor. We are back to the main motion as amended. Staff provide a report regarding the building condition assessment of the current West Grey Police Service Building and the Durham Fire Services Building. Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Shea?
No.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
No. Excuse me, no.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
In favor.
Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Hergert, no.
And Councillor Hutchinson?
In favor.
And that motion is defeated.
Thank you, Clerk Scharbeck. That takes us on to the next item on our agenda. I believe that clears that item. And that goes to 14.2. It's a notice of motion by Mayor Robinson. Mayor Robinson, will you be moving that notice of motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to read the motion when you indicate so.
Go ahead, Mayor Robinson. I'm getting caught up from the last notes there.
Certainly. So on item 14.2, notice of motion, Ukrainian flag moved by Mayor Christine Robinson, that the Ukraine flag be flown at the West Grey Municipal Office for a duration of 1 month following the purchase of the flag. And I would like to speak to that following a seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Is there a seconder for that motion, please? I see Councillor Hutchinson. He'll be seconding that motion. Okay, thank you. And then back to Mayor Robinson to speak to the item.
Thank you. And I would like a recorded vote. Thank you very much. I know there's been many this evening, but thank you to Clerk Scharbeck for keeping the recorded votes. I feel that it is absolutely necessary that we at the municipal office, we as council, we as the citizens of West Grey show support for Ukraine. And that's why I brought the notice of motion forward. I have a few statistics I would like to impart to council. And these are information that I've received through CAO Kim Wingrove, the CAO for Grey County. The immigrant population in Grey Bruce in 2017 was just over 12,000 people. 50 people identified as being immigrants from Ukraine. In the province, 2.8% of the population are Ukrainian, or 376,440. I think showing the support for the citizens of the Ukraine is essential at this time. And I look to my council colleagues to support the motion at hand. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Townsend, go ahead, please.
Thank you. First, I'm going to comment. I do support the motion. I'd just like staff to comment to say if there are any logistics. Will we be bumping anybody that is already going to have the flags up, et cetera, just so that we could let them know if we're going to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. CEO Johnson, would you have a response to that?
Through your deputy, I would like Mr. Hewlett to respond because he's got a bit of a calendar going for community events. I don't know if April is a busy month or depending when we receive the flag. So with your indulgence, could we go to Mr. Hewlett, please?
Absolutely, CEO Johnson. Mr. Hewlett, you're up.
Thank you. And through you, I do not believe, provided we could get a flag in our hands in the near future, I don't believe it will cross with any other flag raisings or any other events that we have slated currently.
Thank you, Mr. Hewlett. Any other first-time speakers? Councillor Hergert, go ahead, please.
Yes, as an immigrant to Grey County and to West Grey, I can imagine that there are many nationalities that reside in our community. And while I have a foreign policy degree, I can imagine that our entire community is supporting the Ukraine. I do also note that I most certainly identify with the Canadian flag, and it is a sense of pride that I have. And for that reason, and many others, such as budgets, flag pulls, is this only going to be at the municipal office? These are issues that I have. I don't believe that we have a flag policy that we adhere to. When other people have brought flags forward, we've said no before. Obviously, this is a foreign policy crisis. I would suggest that we actually reach out to our MP and show our support, not just raising a flag. So I identify under the Canadian flag, and I appreciate that this has been brought forward, but I'm not going to be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hergert. First time speakers, please. I got to keep an eye on the clock here as well. Any other first time speakers? Okay, second time speakers. Mayor Robinson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did reach out to MP Alex Ruff's office, and I do have more statistics and links with regard to this information through the census. And I can identify that in one of my researches, and certainly we do have a purchasing policy, but I do know that the flag is under, is around $52, and that there are flags in stock. So I will leave it at that, and I look to my council colleagues around the virtual horseshoe to support this notice of motion. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the vote, recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Okay, to Clerk Sharbeck for the recommendation, and Mayor Robinson has requested a recorded vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, moved by Mayor Robinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. Sorry, just getting a bit organized, that the Ukraine flag be flown at the West Grey Municipal Office for a duration of 1 month following the purchase of the flag. And Mayor Robinson called for a recorded vote. So moving forward with that, Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, not in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea.
I'll keep going and come back and check with Councillor Shea, see if he's reconnected before we're done. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry to interrupt. I was disconnected and I wasn't able to vote. If the vote is over, that's fine.
No, it's not. It's a recorded vote on the Ukrainian flag. Yes, and I had just called your name, Councillor Shea, so please go ahead. How do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Townsend?
In favor.
And Councillor Hutchinson?
In favor.
And the motion is carried.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck. That takes us to 14.3 on today's agenda, and I will be transferring the chair back to Mayor Robinson. Thank you very much. Mayor Robinson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for chairing a significant part of our meeting. We are at 10:28. I'm wondering, our procedural bylaw identifies that items that are unfinished will go to the next council meeting. That's according to the procedural bylaw. They are at the beginning of the agenda. I mean, obviously, we have the call to order and basic meeting protocol that needs to take place, but the unfinished business shortly follows that. I'm suggesting that take place. And at this time, I'm just going to ask Madam CAO, we really only have 2 minutes with the in-camera item. Can that wait until the next meeting?
Mayor Robinson, that item can wait till the next meeting, which would be April 5th.
Thank you. So with that information, members of council, I know it's 10:28, but would you be so inclined if we go to the adjournment? And Clerk Sharbeck, do you have any concerns with that procedurally if I do that?
I don't have concerns. It's
okay.
At the will of council.
Thank you. So members of council, we will now turn to item 18 then, and that is the adjournment. So Clerk Sharbeck, Councillor Hergert. What is your concern?
I would like to move the motion for adjournment.
Okay, well, one moment, please. Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read the, for item 18, the recommendation to adjourn, please?
Dear Mayor Robinson, moving forward to agenda item 18, adjournment. The recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 10:30 p.m. to meet again on April 5th, 2022, or at the call of the chair.
I will take Councillor Hergert as the mover. Councillor Shea, as you are electronic, are you seconding this motion?
I will second it, and I have a question.
No, this is undebatable. So we will take your seconder for this motion. And I will now call the vote on the adjournment. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
In favor.
7 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. That does conclude our meeting. Perhaps Councillor Shea, you can ask the inquiry of the clerk, CAO, or myself offline. Thank you very much for a most interesting meeting. Looking forward to our next council meeting. Thank you.
Have a great night. Good night.